Welcome. And now we would proceed to sing the Anthem Yanara Assassini. Thank you so much. Shall we all kindly be seated? A warm welcome to us all to this year's YPYC Transform Africa Conference and Africa Role Model Awards 2022 with the theme Transform Summit. Hallelujah. The theme is the future of our youth. Hallelujah. Job, digitization, entrepreneurship, and leadership. In our midst, we have a representative of our Otumfo, and we are honored to have you join us. We also have our very host, the Honorable Andy Osei Okra. We have representing our Vice Chancellor, and I think I see the Pro Vice Chancellor, Prof. Ellis. We have Cop Nathan Kofi Boache. We have Ikia Ampa. We have Derek Omari. And in time, I will say more about them. COP is in. Welcome, welcome. To start us off, we'll have a spoken poetry by one of our very own in the person of Emmanuel Chichu. Let's put our hands together.
Good afternoon or good morning to you all. My name is Emmanuel, but a lot of people know me as Emma King. Greetings to our distinguished guests, Nanano and everyone. I'm about to do some small piece on impact, transformation, and love. And then I hope that you enjoy this message. Thank you. The government doesn't know the individual you, let alone to talk of the real you that is buried inside of you. So sometimes their plans, policies, and systems, they change you. Look, I know we all want change, transformation. Consciously or unconsciously, directly or indirectly, we are not happy with some personal, societal condition and we want to change it. Look, I don't think you're okay, no. I don't think you're okay with the system that looks like cares on us. And with a sense, rip it off, but our muscles are too weak and we can't. And the sad news is, sometimes those with the muscles who can are blind and being led by some power-seeking, corrupt working stake. And those of us who got the eyes to see, we are muted and we can't speak. So we all follow and live with it, hoping that maybe some Joshua or Moses will come from some next generation and take us to the promised land. That's our prayers. Look, I don't think you're happy, no. I don't think you're okay when in the comfort of your car, you look through the window and see that street murdering child scavenging from the refuse dump because that is where their hope lies. That is where they could get their only square meals to feed on and survive. I know sometimes we feel sorry inside and wish we could step out and reach out, but our feeling is just for a while. And we even pass by without saying goodbye. Look, I don't think you're okay when this little children pops up at the window of a bus ride and they're like, Bossu, mommy, 1 cedi. I know sometimes it gets too much and too annoying, so with that sympathy, we just drive them away. Have you ever thought of this? It could have been you. Yes, it could have been you willing to pull that trigger without even thinking twice so you could escape with that sum of money. But thank God it's not you because you are privileged to be here today. We walk through this crisis every day and every time, feeling pity, unhappy, but also unconcerned. And have you ever asked ourselves, can we change it? The answer probably no, because you think these problems are too big for us to solve. Then who else is? The government you always think of. Look, I know the problem might look too big, but little drops of water makes a mighty ocean, and I hope you've not forgotten. So maybe you cannot change all, but there's something you can always do, no matter how small. There's a role you can always play. So try to be a positive influence to something or somebody around you. Look, don't help people that hate you because, mind you, they might be worse today, but one day they'll be the same people that will help you. So start giving. Don't wait till you have much before you start sharing. Look, we walk past this street every day and every time we see all these beggars. Sometimes a street child, but we never stop to show some love and give a happy hand. Understand, time is ticking and it's moving, but it doesn't take a minute to show some love and give a helping hand to the needy. Look, if you ain't got no love for that street child, that beggar or cripple, then you ain't got no love for people. You don't need a platform to inspire others. No, you don't have to wait to be appointed to some leadership position before you begin to think that I can lead others to change lives. No, I don't have a problem if your problem is how can I lead, but I have a problem if your problem is I am not a leader. So I'm here to encourage somebody today that you can be a leader. I didn't get a shout on that. I said you can be a leader. Yes, in fact, you are a leader and a transformational one, of course. On this note, I would like to thank God for the life of our dear father, our own honorable. I want to thank God for processing his life into a conductive material that when we connect our life wide, so we can transmit from that low voltage that our thoughts generate on leadership to a high electrifying one that can empower the potentials, the leadership potential in us, and also energize others so that together we can be light and bright in our family, our school, our society, and the nation, and the world at large. My name is Emikin, and this is my little message. I hope you receive it.
Wow. Oh, I think he deserves a louder round of applause. Beautiful piece there. Beautiful piece there. Now, before we get into the very reason why we are here, we'd like to say a prayer. And to lead us in that opening prayer, we have Reverend Stephen Ajiman, who happens to be the senior pastor at Christ Redemption Chapel. Rev.
Thank you. Please, shall we stand on our feet? Yadawasi Yehenya Kupon Yeswe Yadawasi Woni Yehowa Sawa Yana free Oh Amenemo Yadawasi Yenya Akopa Aparasa Sawa Ayana free. Oh Amina Emo Yada Wasi Yenya Kopa. Our Heavenly Father, once again, we give you thanks, we give you praise, and we honor your most holy name. Father, we thank you for this 13th YPYC Transform Africa Conference, Africa Role Model Awards. This morning, we commit unto your hands that come and take control over this program. And at the end of it, we shall give you praise. We thank you for the travel mercies that you granted unto us. If you have granted us such a travel mercies, we wish others also a travel mercy that you bring them safely into this place. And all of the end, we shall say that indeed you have done it once again. We give you praise and we give you glory. We commit the guest speakers, we commit the chairperson unto this program into your hand. That Lord, indeed, they will speak transformation message unto us this morning. And all be through all, we will say that indeed is your doing. We give you praise and we give you glory. In Jesus' mighty name, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Let's kindly be seated. We're to receive our welcome address from our chairperson, Professor Ibokodro, who is currently not here, but she's co-chairing with our very own Pro VC. And so, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Professor Ellis Owusu-Dabo as he gives us the welcome address.
Representing the Chancellor of this great institution, Asafuma Hine, it's such a pleasure to see you and your delight for the youth and building leadership for this country. The leader of the Young Professionals and Youth Coalition, my own Honorable Andy Osei Okra, the distinguished son of the land. I don't even know your official title, but I know that you are a distinguished police commander, our own Kofi Boache, and of course, the son of the land, an engineer by profession, very distinguished in what he does, of course, serving this metropolis, the Honorable Engineer Atta Poku. Nananom, I'm not sure whether there are any professors, directors. Of course, I can see the chair of the young professionals in this university. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I count it such a great honor to stand in for and on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Rita Akosua-Dixon, and to co-chair with Professor Mrs. Ibok Odro for this very important, the 13th Young Professionals and Youth Coalition Africa and Excellence Awards ceremony. The focus of this ceremony is to ensure that we chart a course for our youth and to build an essential commodity which is missing in our language: leadership. All over the world now, you see that there's crisis around us. And the crisis that is around us stems from the fact that we don't have true leaders. Leaders modeled to serve their people. Leaders modeled with the attributes that was demonstrated by the one true leader, Christ, who was a servant leader and carried with him all the attributes of who a great leader is. This is the reason why after 2,000 years, we cannot but continue to speak about this true leader. And so today, as we celebrate excellence, and as we celebrate the African culture and true values enshrined and embodied in the youth, my expectation is that we will leave this place nourished and cherishing the values of Africa. It is time for Africa to rise and lead. And we can only do so when we have a defined value system that is cherished by all of us. And that we, the youth, I consider myself youth. I hope you won't reject me as youthful. We, the youth, will see it as a very important assignment to chart a course, a path that would define not the existence of only our country, Ghana, but the continent, Africa. We have been blessed with so many natural resources, so many talents, so many talents. And importantly, we have the numbers in terms of the population. Elsewhere, they don't have the youth. The numbers are not there. And so, when you have the talents, you have the intellect, you have the skill in numbers, what is it that we cannot do? And it's a question I want to ask us. And I'll say to you, when they say the sky is the limit, when the youth and young professionals come in a coalition together like this, there is no limit defined by the sky. And on that note, I'd like to accept humbly the task of steering the affairs this morning to chair, hopefully together with Professor Mrs. Ibok-Odro, who will probably join us in the course of time, and hope that at the end of the day, we will have a wonderful occasion. I thank you so very much for your audience.
Thank you so much, Prof. In fact, Professor Ibok-Odro is in. And I'd like us to welcome her also. I don't know if she would still want to share a few words. Okay, all right. I'd like to acknowledge a few other wonderful people we have here in our midst. Professor Jerry John Bunyo. Thank you so much for being here. He is the Dean of Quality Assurance. We have the Professor Marian Asantua Nkansa also. Engineer Nana Poku Ajemai. Oh, let's give him fans. Let's give him fans. Yes, and as and when I'll be acknowledging us. I see the GRASAC president, the past, Algon and income also. I think the Algon is Wafa Edujemfi, and the income, we have Frank Parker. Okay. You're all once again welcome to this year's YPYC Transform Africa Conference and Africa Role Models Awards. And I'm sure that we are all here because we want to see transformation in Ghana and in Africa. At this point, we'll take the welcome address. And the person giving us the welcome address needs no introduction, but I think it is right. Prof. Ibok, I thought you said it was okay, but as long as you are here, I think you have to speak. All right, so let's welcome Professor Ibok-Odro.
Good morning to everyone. The representative of His Royal Majesty, Otumfuose Tutu, the second, Asante Hini, and the Chancellor of this university, the Pro-Vice Chancellor, KNUST, the President and founder of YPYC Foundation, Honorable Andy Okra, our host, colleague professors and senior members, distinguished invited guests and speakers, organizers and partners, MTNPULSE, SRC, Grassroots Leadership, students, ladies and gentlemen, friends from the media, and I want to stand on the existing protocol to deliver this address. I hope you may all agree with me that I am the most honored on this occasion. I should have been here, but today, 27th, has been packed with so many activities for me. I have a presentation. This just happened to come along. So I have to, at this age, you have to manage yourself to move around. So I had to make plans for the next thing, somebody to take over so that I can move here and be moving. So you see me also moving out. So I'm not somebody who goes for meetings late. So it just happens that I had to go for my aerobics and then move around and get things done. So I apologize for walking in late. I must confess that any time I had to wear the shoes of the Vice Chancellor is sweet. I don't know how to describe it. And not just to do it for her, but to do it when our Royal Highness representative is here. It makes you begin to, I don't know if I should act, say, Nana, I just don't know. But I'm sure you will allow me to be myself this morning. Program and event that we have has made us all to appreciate leadership. Under His Majesty, let me welcome you all to the great Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where the YPYC President, Andy, and many participants, including myself, were nurtured. I'm aware this 13th edition has been dubbed Alumni Transform Summit. Andy purported to invite many of his colleagues and year group, the 1999-2000 members, to visit their alma mater to support the current development and interact with the younger ones. This is a very laudable initiative, and I must commend Andy for this thought. Please, can we celebrate him? I'm one of those, because I do leadership, I teach 12 C's, and one of the C's is celebration. Because we don't celebrate people while they are alive, we celebrate them when they are dead. I want you to give Andy another celebration. In fact, as a university, we know and remember his exploit as an SRC president who first led a student body to start the SRC hostel project, an SRC. It was like yesterday, I walked all the way to that place to see the place launch, so I still remember it. He also did the SRC Development Fund, among other things, for the benefit of the students and the university in the country, which was emulated by many student organizations in other universities and institutions later. I'm happy to inform you that KNUST is pursuing a rapid transformation agenda for academic excellence. For school, KNUST is the best university in Africa. We produce the best. We produce what? But don't be jealous. We are just branding. We are having a brand. And that brand is very unique. Is that okay? Okay, yes. So, April, that was in Times Higher Education and placed 14th globally with a score of 83.7% out of 1,180 universities. Several innovations and interventions are being carried out by our students and faculty. KNUST keeps shining academically and internationally. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there is no surer way to spark a heated discussion than to raise issues concerning the future of our country and continent. And there is certainly no way one could adequately discuss the future without placing children and the youth at the center of this conversation. The future, I will say the present, is the youth. The future is the youth. So if you want to know how our future looks like, just observe the state of our youth in our schools, communities, and workplaces. This is why the theme of today's event is most appropriate. As a university, our mandate is to nurture and prepare the youth for future. Hence, hosting this event is in line with our mandate and purpose of existence. In partnership with transformational leadership advocates and trainers like YPYC and their partners, we hope to train more generational leaders and scientists. Most refreshing, this August occasion coincides with our 70th anniversary year. Thus, we invite you to celebrate with us a glorious anniversary. All alumni here present and abroad, Alumni Global has launched a 70th anniversary project dubbed 70 at 70, where all alumni and well-wishers are invited to contribute multiples of 70 Ghana cedis, US dollars, the pounds, the euros into the fund. It is aimed at building infrastructure, building humans to support the school. I know many of you would contribute to this laudable fund. Today's event is symbolic and transformational because I'm convinced seasoned and renowned speakers are here to exchange knowledge and life-transforming experiences. Let me also welcome you to our great and congratulate all awardees for the good works they are doing in their various endeavors. On this note, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I seek your utmost attention, assistance, and cooperation so that we will enjoy today's program and also be sure that in the next 5-10 years, men and women with integrity, godly values will lead our nation to the promised land. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ibokoduro. Is that the end of the clap? Professor Ibokoduro is one of the inspiring women of our time, and we are honored to have her sitting as our chair for today's occasion. All right, so getting in. We're going to be receiving the welcome address from a very special person. In fact, per personal interaction, I think he is the most genuine spirited, fatherly, and forward-thinking man I have ever encountered. He is the reason why we are seated here, because he's a visionary and he thinks about tomorrow. He is an author also. I think in Accra he launched a book entitled You Are a Leader. That is a time-tested strategies for unearthing the leader in you. He is the founder and president of this this wonderful group, that is the Young Professionals and Youth Coalition. And he has been mentoring and coaching thousands of young people in our country and beyond. He is a youth development and empowerment leader. He's a corporate trainer, a social entrepreneur. He is a philanthropist. I thought you'd be clapping by now. Yes. He has passion to groom young leaders and to help them fulfill their God-given potential. I believe we all know we have potential. And so once you are here, he's here to help you to pull that potential out so you can become what God wants you to be. He is an exceptional leader. And in fact, if I am to continue, the list will never end. But I would like us to, with a round of applause, welcome our very own President and Founder, Honorable Andy Osei Okra, to give us his address.
Oh, let's clap for ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When you are introduced this way, you find it difficult to speak, but I will manage. I'm so excited this morning because of where we are. And I remember exactly my matriculation day in this same hall, 22 years ago. And we are standing here. It's amazing. Madam Chairperson and co-chairperson, Professors Ibok Odro, my mother and mentor, Professor Ellis, who I just known for 2 days or so, an exceptional leader I've ever met. Let's clap for them. Now, with all respect, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei Representative, Chemfo Asafo Hene Mira, taking the shadow and the big shoe of His Majesty to be here, the Commissioner of Police that we all know, my brother and law lecturer. Some of you don't know this season law. He taught me common law. I passed anyway. No, it's a criminal law, sir. And then a very good brother, a junior brother, a supporter, and a friend, Nana Engineer Nana Atapoku. All senior members here present, Nana entourage, the seasoned speakers who have traveled from Accra and far to be here, Kwejo Jones. And my younger sister, my daughter, my everything, Ekua Ampa, also from Accra. You will see her today. My GRASAC president, Offa, who dodged me, but he's here. And all friends, and above all, my 1999 year group, SRC year group, who decided to join me, and I can see one of the directors of GTV, the director of television, who was my entertainment chairman when I was the SRC president, is here. He's called George Lomote. I saw my brother, my faculty president, Honorable Dr. Henry Gogofu, working up here. I'm sure he's probably out there somewhere. We'll see him. I'm sure you saw him coming up here. He also of the part of the SRC in 1999, 2000. As you are speaking, the Honorable Minister for Works and Housing, Honorable Francis Asanso-Boakye, is somewhere in the air, is watching us. He was also part of the council. I have ladies who are working, some are working in the World Bank. Is Dora there? Those of us watching in the US, they are all hooked up. They're Sheila and co. Nana, coming and seeing you all here this morning is a dream come true in fulfillment of YPYC's intense passion to help transform Ghana and Africa. As we all know, this is the 13th edition of what began long ago in my mind and spirit when I was journeying through this very institution as a student leader. I must say that I was privileged to have a great mentors who saw me quick or adequate enough with the potential to help nurture me to become who I am today. His Royal Highness Representative, Chemfo Asafohene, I deem it highly imperative to publicly confess that I cannot thank Otumfuo enough for all what he has invested in me, as I cannot show enough appreciation also to my alma mater for the knowledge and skills and experience I got from here. The work I did for my father, Otumfuo, he invested money in me for my tertiary education, the master's level. More importantly, I consider all what YPYC family and I have done in these 13 years as nothing beyond just the curtain raiser. We have a vast ocean before us to conquer. Now, you've been hearing YPYC for the sake of those of us who are hearing for the first time, just to give you a bit of it so that you know it's not a political party. Even though I wear one of the cap as a politician in one side, it is not a political party. It's a youth development-oriented NGO which seeks to network, transform, and engage the mindset of the youth nationwide in discussion on importance of leadership, entrepreneurship to develop or to deliver national goals. YPYC believes to fulfill the present and the future needs of our dear country and continent, a certain kind of youth generation has to be a hard-working generation, resourceful generation, patriotic, adequate in size, and capable in skills and competence, and above all, have all the right attitude in them. They should be strong in transformational leadership and generational thinking. YPYC is created to perform this onerous task. We have a simple core values: patriotism, professionalism, integrity and honesty, excellence, serving humanity, and above all, accountable to self and nation. Our mission, we want to build and develop a network of leading-edge young professionals towards national development. And our vision is simple. We are raising generational thinkers and transformational leaders to champion building a better society for mankind. This is what we've been doing all these years. Nana, the theme of the 13th edition of Transform Summit is the future of our youth. Jobs, leadership, entrepreneurship, and digitalization. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we carefully chose this theme because the nature or the future of our youth looks seemingly gloomy from where we stand because of the prevailing challenges they are facing and the disposition of many of them today. If something is not done, we will not get to the promised land. My observation and our observation, many young people now do not want to learn any trade. They don't have the patience to learn any trade. They are just growing more and more lazy and just searching for quick fixes. University students are taking time betting instead of studying to come out with innovative solutions. Many are inflicted with quick money-making tendencies. Student leaders and other young people now are growing more corrupt in old politicians. Negative subcultures and practices like ritual money, such robbery, prostitution, which many of them now call hookup to disguise it, sakawa, are rife in our society. The last section beats me because it affects where I've been before. Certain class of student leaders are coming up. Do you agree with me? Certain class of student leaders are coming up. I've done this job across all the tertiary institutions, and I meet them, student leaders. And what I see, if we don't do something about it, that's the reason why we picked that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I hope you agree with me that the future of our dear nation does not look good if these observations continue. The Transform Conference, therefore, seeks to situate these in context and draw the attention of young people, policymakers, government, local and global development partners to collectively address prevailing development issues in line with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. As we all know, aside this main event, there shall be the KNUST homecoming, which I've talked about, and I introduced my colleagues. My book that MC talked about will do a launch here in Kumasi. You are a leader, and this is a book that I want every student. When it was launched in Accra, they even said that this should go everywhere in the region, in the various places. But I decided to bring it here because I was coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is worth noting that the first time this event is being held in Kumasi is this time. We'll be holding it in Accra, but we decided to be here because this is where we belong to. And therefore, thank you very much. And therefore, having my own father, His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Setutu Santinhene, here in spirit and not in person, as he has sent the Asafo. You know the meaning of Asafo. We will get to that. When there's any war, we are going to Asafo. He said that when I'm done, there is Asafo that comes. So he's here in our spirit, in the spirit, because he believes in this. Today, as our guest of honor, our goal is to reach out to all young people, student leaders, young entrepreneurs, help develop their career, leadership capacity, and entrepreneurial acumen with the aim of raising transformational leaders and innovative young entrepreneurs for the nation Ghana and Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, YPYC continues to lead and show unwavering commitment to helping shape the leadership needed to transform our continent. This event, Transform, is in 2 stages. The Transform Conference, the Transformational Conference, and Africa Role Model Awards will showcase to you certain role models that you didn't know. That I myself, that is the joy. When we are able to fish out with these people, you see them, and I learned a lot from them. Today, you see some of them. May I congratulate the hardworking 2022 Africa Role Model Award winners and urge them to be resolute and work harder to set new standards for themselves and Africa. On this note, Your Royal Majesty's representative, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of YPYC and partners, MTNPULSE. Let's clap for MTN. KNUST Administration, Office of the Registrar. Let's clap for them. The SRC, let's clap for them. GRASAC, let's clap for them. And then the Directorate of the Student Affairs. I humbly welcome you all to Transform Summit 2022. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I thought that the excitement is a little down in the house. We are youth, and we are here for tomorrow. So we have to have all the energy and the vigor. Am I right? Okay. I have, before I do that, I am Dr. Netta Pasram, a medical doctor and a medical journalist, and I'm excited to be here because I also think about tomorrow. And I believe this vision and what is going on is incredible. And so I am thrilled to be part of it. But then there is a very fine gentleman sitting on the stage in blue suit with a very full beard. And I don't know if you can see that gentleman. Please, can you see that gentleman? Can you? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I'd like us to also put our hands together as we acknowledge entrepreneur Kojo Jones. You know, as young people, when we see young people doing great things, we must be inspired. And so, thank you for being an inspiration. Great. Next on our agenda, we will be taking a message from the very big sponsors of this event, MTNPULSE. I believe in about 2 years ago, I was on a committee that was trying to help change the mindsets of young people in Ghana through education in a Clean Ghana project. And I had to engage with MTN a little bit in order to drive that vision. And I think that as communicators, they are doing a great job investing in the youth. They are doing a great job promoting transformational leadership. And so let's put our hands together for MTNPULSE once again. To bring us the sponsor's message, we have Mr. Tony Boateng, who happens to be in charge of the Momo Money Limited of MTN. I think right now all of us are using MTN mobile money. It's been a great tool for a lot of us. And so, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the MTN representative, given us. And he's in yellow.
Thank you very much. Good morning to you all, and all protocol observed. Nananom. MTN is proud to be associated with the 13th edition of the YPYC. We believe in youth empowerment, and our aim or our vision and mission is to lead in the delivery of a bold new digital world, and as well as make the lives of our customers a whole lot brighter. I'm already inspired, even though we've not even commenced properly, but I believe you're also going to be inspired today. We'll continue to work hand in hand with the YPYC to ensure, of course, we make your lives a whole lot brighter. 3 key things on the table today. We all know there's a mandate for us to register our SIM cards. It will interest you to know that we still have a couple of customers who have not registered their SIM cards. I was shocked on the 31st July when we had customers in the office who were queuing up to register until the news went viral that there's been an extension. Just right in front of me, I saw customers moving out from the office. It's quite interesting though, but I would like to urge each and everyone here to ensure we get our SIM cards registered, especially the biometrics. Let's get them captured. For those of us, the extension is to give us some ample time to be able to visit the NIA for some of the issues we've had. But however, if you have registered, we want you to still double check. Some of the registrations were done offline, just because we wanted to be able to reach out to a lot of our customers within the day. Eventually, we found out that some of the registrations also did not go through. So to be able to verify, you can dial *400#. It will bring your name, and it comes with a corresponding message, BCAP, that's the biometric caption, yes. If you do not see that, it means you will still have to come to any of our points or our community activation points to get your SIM card registered. Please let's do so just to be able to avoid the last-minute rush at the offices. Secondly, thankfully, MTN Mobile Money is 13 years, and it has been with your support for us to get to where we are today. And as part of activities to be able to excite our customers and also say thank you, we have some loyalty promotions ongoing. It's simple. We only have to keep on using our mobile money just to earn or accumulate points. On a weekly basis, we are giving 250 customers worth up to eCash of 5,000 cedis on a weekly basis for the next 3 months. We started on the 15th of August, and it will be on till October. Let's take advantage of this and download the My MTN app as well to be able to enjoy the goodies on this app. We are going digital. That's the sure way to go. So once you use the MTN Mobile Money app, it gives you some extra points to be able to more or less win some of these juicy or mouth-watering e-cash prizes. However, when we talk about some of these promotions, then I'll move to the third item, which is fraud. Today, the fraud categories or the fraudsters are advancing. In as much as we are also evolving, fraudsters are also taking new steps. But I will also want to say that significantly, we've seen a nosedive when it comes to our fraud activities. But we still have some work to do in terms of the ATL, BTL, above the line and below the line. However, today, the fraud is taking some sophisticated form in terms of Ponzi schemes, online crypto funds to be able to double up or some money that you have actually purchased. We are saying that MTN feels to give back to you for the good work, but not to rather get money from you. There shouldn't be any way that you got a call that you should invest an amount to be able to participate in any promo. MTN does not do that. The only number that will call you is 0244 300,000. Social media platforms are also there for you to get interactive on. If you are in doubt, move to any office or move to any of our vendor points just for some clarity. Please do not give your phones out to vendors when you go to them. Significantly, when you do that, you give them some edge to be able to get monies from your phones. When you go to the vendor points, a lot of us somehow give our phones to the vendors to be able to complete the transaction for us. They will go ahead to do other things which probably will not be so good for you at the end of the day. So let's try as much as possible to stay safe on that. Just to say that we are very much appreciative of this opportunity. I will continue to work hand in hand with the YPYC. But before I end, I said I'm inspired already. I'm also an alumni here. When I saw the GTV Big Boss being introduced, I felt a legacy indeed has been left behind. I was equally the SRC Entertainment Chairman 2010. And I believe I've seen a senior most man. And I had the opportunity to work with MTN because of SRC. So I just say a big thank you to the leaders or those of us ahead of us who have paved the way for us. Thank you very much, and do have the very best of the day.
Thank you very much, MTN. MTN? That's right. MTN is going everywhere. In fact, MTN is going into the future. Let's put our hands together for MTN. Next, we will be entertained with a cultural performance. But before the cultural performance, I have an interesting fun fact about our very own Otumfuo's representative, Asafohene. He's a scientist, and in fact, not just any scientist, but he's into climate change and all of that. And that is also forward thinking. That is also about tomorrow. And so that's just a fun fact if you didn't know, and bear in mind. So next up, we're having a performance by the cultural group. The cultural group. What an art. What an art. I know very well that I cannot do a quarter of that. In fact, even if you put me in training, I will not be able to do it. Let's do it better. Wow. Now, when I was a kid, I think at age 4 or 5, I remember my parents told me this. They said I was so difficult. And so I told them I'm sure that I will either join the military or put people in prison. I'll be a police officer. But see, how many years down the line, and I'm seeing patients in the hospital. But I admire those that work in that space. It's a life of risk, always. But then they are looking for security and they are looking for our own safety. And so whenever I meet, whether a police officer or anyone in the military, I accord them so much respect, and I think we all should. So to our next address, we have a very fine officer, commonly known as Commander 1. Yes, he is the director and general or legal prosecution. He at the police headquarters in Accra, and in fact, he enlisted in the Ghana Police Service in November 1989. Wow. Yes. And he has, since then, he has shown a lot of selfless dedication and loyalty and commitment to duty and to the nation. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to welcome COP Nathan Kofi Boakye, even as he gives us his address.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and representative of His Majesty Otumfuo Asafo-Hene, who happens to be my mate at this university about 40 years ago. He did chemistry, first degree, master's in chemical engineering. I did biochemistry, first degree. So it happens that we used to do statistics, post-O mass, and organic chemistry together. Pro-Vice Chancellor, the president and founder of YPYC, and Jose Okra, who I heard was talking about 1999, something when they were in this school. And I was wondering, 1999, I didn't know where I was then. But coincidentally, Andy Okra became my boss, although he finished school a long time after I've left this school, when he became the deputy regional commander of Ashanti region, and I was the police regional commander. So we worked together for 2 years. My brother, Engineer Atapoku, who was 40 years last year, who was 40 years this year, actually. So you can imagine when I entered the university where he was. Kojo Jones, also another of the 40 people, whose mother is a very good friend of mine. With this, I stand on all other protocols already established. For those of you thinking why a policeman should be here, when we're talking about why PCA transform submit, yeah, you are right to think about that. But the fact still remains that we'll deal with a chunk of the youth in this country day in and day out. And we clearly see the challenges that you are facing day in and day out. So I realize that those of us from the challenge point of view can also talk to you so that you solve your problems from the challenge or problems angle instead of coming from the point. Quite apart from that, I see on daily basis how the youth waste their future, their energy, their time on frivolous ventures, which hitherto, if they had had this kind of opportunity, wouldn't have happened. Therefore, when Andy contacted me to deliver this keynote address, there were few challenges. And one of them was the fact that whether or not it's a neutral platform to speak. So I'm happy that he himself clearly defined the parameters that this is not a political groupings. Because you know, the acerbic and malicious political environment of our country do not sometimes allow us to have the benefit of all the intellectual capacity, because you may not know the context and even the environment that you may be speaking and how you may be misinterpreted. I remember last 2-3 years, I was a keynote speaker at the Ghana Bar Conference in Takoradi, and after the speech, there were a lot of hulubalu, a lot of misinformation, a lot of so many things. But having said that, the future is for the youth. So we shouldn't hesitate to tell them the truth. We shouldn't hesitate to let them know what will help them in the future. Most of us are already at the departure hall, and you are now arriving at the arrival hall. So we should just give you the housekeeping rules to enable you arrive safely at the departure hall as we are now. With my many years' experience in law enforcement, and as I've already told you, having the painful fatigue of apprehending criminals and observing young, energetic people who should be harnessing their innate potentials for the nation and the development of their families and communities, wasting away in jail or in the shadows of planning crimes. This is why I said I'd rather be here this Saturday than to be at any funeral now. Our teeming youth, who represent the largest population demographically, should be more concerned about current trends. We are talking about jobs. We are talking about entrepreneurship. We are talking about digitalization. And we are talking about leadership. Among these four, what can drive all the others is digitization. But some of us, we the BBC people, born before computer, we suffer a lot these days. I remember 3 weeks ago, I went for a personal assessment course in Lagos. And if you see the small boys and girls, the way they are going through that computer, coming here, going here, then one time I asked one small girl, please come, show me where I can remove this. But it's not a problem for some of us because our time has already passed And we have the opportunity to have personal assistants, secretaries, orderlies, houseboys to do these things for us. But times are changing. And more importantly, after COVID, the pandemic, times have changed dramatically. I know, and even this not by, from the COVID time, a lot of job opportunities have just been erased. Because we have now realized that you can stay home and work without going to office. So now jobs are now becoming more scarce, if there's anywhere like that. And very soon, and I'm not a prophet, in about 10 years' time, I don't think we may even need televisions again. So if you are in an industry producing television, and if you don't think strategically, by 5 years' time, you'll be out of business. So in thinking about jobs, the first thing we have to think about, and which I will leave for the panel to discuss, is what are the sustainable jobs going into the future? And that's why I like the pastors. They are fasts. They are now collecting the tithe through the Momo and through the the MTN others. Because they've realized that very soon church buildings will be outmoded and they are going to be online. So if they don't collect their tithe and their collection now online, it will become problematic in the near future. Another problem that we have observed, and now I'm just talking practically. Why is it that when you need people, you are building and you need people to come and do parapet, stone building, stone laying, and some of the most important and expensive duties in building, you have to fall on Nigerians. You have to fall on Togolese. You have to fall on the Beninois. And these are the most expensive aspect of building, putting up a building. This for those who are going to do the discussion. Why is it that Ghanaian youth are not thinking about it? Look, and it involves huge sums of money. More than what a doctor can earn sitting in the consulting room. More than even the architect who designed the building. But all these jobs are being taken over by young Togolese, young Beninois, and young Nigerians. They come, they don't have anywhere to stay. They stay in your own building without paying for any hotel bill. They do everything there. They get their money. They go to the next building. By a year's time, they are millionaires. They go back to their country. Meanwhile, you are here. You say you are a graduate. You don't have even 100 cedis in your pocket. You dress well, and still you live and die poor. So the question is, what kind of jobs are you looking for? Are you looking for a job that is commensurate with your qualification? Are those jobs available? If they are not available, what are you going to do? Personally, when I joined the Ghana Police Service, I joined with biochemistry. And my mate, and I can proudly say, my mate have been twice Vice Chancellor, and we did the same course. We all got second class upper. I went to Kolebu as teaching assistant, and he was here as teaching assistant by chemistry department. And it's nobody other than Professor Ellis. Not this Ellis. This Ellis is small boy. Professor Otu Ellis, twice Vice Chancellor, was my mate. The same class. And I was in Katanga. I was a head choir master in Katanga. When we finished biochemistry and joined the Ghana Police Service, the first question I asked myself was that, can I use this biochemistry to work as an individual. That time, I didn't know anything called entrepreneurship. But I asked that in the unlikely event that you are removed from the police, what are you going to do with your biochemistry apart from teaching? And this is not to say teaching is not a good job. But we all aspire to teach more and get a better job. Then I realized that no, biochemistry, apart from maybe going to the food processing companies, which still you have to work for somebody. Because in this world, we are all striving to be free. And to be free is to work for yourself. Even getting money is trying to be free. Then I said no. But that was not the issue. When I joined, I went to the lab. I was stuck in the lab. Anytime we talk, they say, oh. Then they moved me to a different section, anti-armed robbery division. I worked. But eventually they called me and said, no, you are a scientist. Go back to the lab. So when you work and step on small toes, all that they will say is that, go back to the lab. I said, what? So this is going to be my lot. Then I decided to go and do masters in other field. Then I went to Legon, did full-time masters in administration. But in selecting the course to do in administration, there were masters in human resource, ICT, auditing, finance, accounting. But I realized that no, I did biochemistry. They say you are a scientist. If I go and do human resource, next time they say you are in charge of human resource. I said no. Let me generalize myself. So I said I'll do masters in public administration. Immediately I finished that, it moved me from the lab straight to the striking force. Then I asked myself again, can masters in administration make me an independent guy after I leave police, or even if I'm dismissed, or if even I resign? I said no. So when I was regional commander of Accra, that is 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I was police commander Accra. Then I decided to do law. Then I went and do law, and the rest is history. Telling you this story to show you that you cannot use one degree to get a job. You can use one degree to get a job, but you cannot sustain yourself with that one degree. And because of that, you see now doctors doing law. You see pharmacists doing this. All because we want to have that kind of diversity, which will help us to get a job. Now, the new reality is clear that things keep on changing at a faster rate than we develop ourselves. Look at your iPhones. From iPhone 12, iPhone 11, iPhone 13, iPhone 13 Pro Max is going. And it's getting to all other things. Therefore, as youth, your problem is not even getting a job, but getting sustainable jobs. And how do we get sustainable jobs? One is that we always say that knowledge is power. How does it become power? Knowledge. Your knowledge will become power if that knowledge is applicable in solving present and future problems. Now look at Twitter, look at Facebook, look at all these people. They found out a loophole in the system, capitalized on that loophole, developed systems to solve those problems, and now they are now billionaires. Meanwhile, people have sat down with typewriter, with fax machine. Those who developed fax machine were not those who developed Facebook. Those who bought black and white TV are not the people who bought colored TV. Those who bought color TV are not those people who bought curved TVs. So know that where you are now may not be the permanent position, but you have to have more knowledge before you can move from the step you are to the next step. But you hear motivators, dream big, dream big. I will tell you, stop foolish dreams. Dream within your environment. Dream within what is achievable. And I think my brothers, the rich man here, the astute engineer, Roya, and another rich man, they will show you how to get rich. Mine is to just give you the overview of how job, digitization, leadership, and entrepreneurship are interrelated and what you have to do to connect them. Having spoken about jobs, the sustainability of jobs now is based on digitization. As simple as that. Because everything is moving from home base, from physical structures to the space. So if you cannot operate in the space, then you are in deep trouble. Even police now, for the police to be sustainable, for us to be able to combat crime, we have to also enter the dark web. And I don't even know how to use the mouse. How do I enter the dark web? So if you're a policeman coming up now, and you are not able to work on all these parameters, and these are implementable parameters, something which are going to face, you will definitely meet them, then you find yourself wanting. In this direction, the police administration now have started training our boys in order to meet the future challenge. So you go to the training school now, you do swimming, you do driving, you do motorcycling, you do everything that a policeman should know, we teach you. So our new recruits have been equipped with some of these things because we want them to sustain their jobs and be able to work hard. So that in our current era, and with the rapid rate of innovation, the skills needed to survive as the youth, our young men, and drive are different from what was required a few decades ago. And I've told you. A few decades ago, there were local entrepreneurs who were enjoying booming revenues from having locations of what is called space to space. Do you remember? I remember about 15 years ago, or maybe let's say 20 years ago, you have to wake up, if you want to call America, you have to wake up 12 in the midnight, go and wait at the post office, and your sister will tell you, I'll call 1. So you wait till 1. So when it's ringing 1 o'clock, you pick it at the post office. Most of you didn't see that. Just 20 years ago. But now, my granddaughter or whatever will sit at the comfort of their homes and just call America, call Russia, call India. All that you need is to know. So times are changing. And the changes are becoming so rapid, you are in trouble. No, you are in real trouble. Because what you learn today, that you are earning money on today, can change even tomorrow. And example is the pandemic. Therefore, the youth of today, you have a lot of things to contend with. And I would say they are very big challenges, but they are not unsurmountable. Yes, they say 1 minute more. So what I would say is that there are 4 things: jobs, entrepreneurship, digitalization, and leadership. I want the discussion to move from leadership to mentorship, because leadership connotes the classical management theories, but mentorship is the modern way that you try to get all the people along. Also, I want you to look at how we can use the synergies of all the facets of the youth groups to enhance job creation and also job sustainability. But because it's left with 1 minute, what I'll tell the youth is that training is the cornerstone of readiness, and rehearsal is the fulcrum of perfection. Because when you are supposed to be an MC, I'm not referring to an MC, any MC, as a youth. Talk about people who are here, not people who program. Make sure you know the designation of everybody. Apart from preparation, the youth who want to get money, let me tell you, money cannot be just be picked from the grounds. It's a systematic build-up. Forget about politicians, but it's a systematic build-up. As you are growing, first get goodwill. How do you get goodwill as a youth? You get goodwill through your competency. Even a professor, you get your goodwill through your competency. And when you get the goodwill, then you get respect. Prof, you get the respect. When you get respect, then you get authority. Because they respect you to be the king of this subject. They respect you to be the master of this job. When you get authority, whatever you say becomes the law. And after getting authority, then you get power. And any power, whether charismatic power, expert power, physical power, beauty power, royal power, any power gives money. Any power gives money. So you start from goodwill, which is the branding, you get respect, you get authority, you get power, and you get money. But you know what we do? We get small job, then we go for money. We get the money, we lose our power. We lose our, because don't forget, Jesus Christ said there's more blessing in giving than in receiving. And when you give, you get more power. So that when you accept, you reduce your power. So you accept money, corruption, bribe, you reduce your power, you reduce your authority, you reduce your respect, and now you reduce your goodwill, and your money gets finished. So for the youth, all that I have for you is that acquire the requisite knowledge, get the requisite integrity and morality, and remember, honor and respect is the key to sustainable success. Thank you very much.
Commander 1, thank you so much. So I hope taking home, we'll get goodwill, get respect, get honor or authority. Oh, were we following? Authority or honor? Authority. And then finally, power. May we all get power. money. Yes. Hashtag any power gives. Any power gives. All right. So let's all work to get power so we can get money the right way. We've reached a pivotal part of today's event. We'll be taking the keynote address from our guest of honor, whom I've already told you is a climate activist and a scientist. I can't say too much. I am not fit to wear those shoes. And so to introduce to us our guest of honor is a lovely woman who is a partner to our very own president and founder. I met her outside and she had red lipstick on. And I'm like, confident women wear red lipstick. And she was gracious and she was so lovely. She happens to be the Associate Director of EY. She's in charge of taxes, and I think it takes a lot of grace to assist in furthering such a great cause. Ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Mrs. Alice Osei Okra, even as she introduces. Oh, you want to do it better till she gets up here. Don't stop clapping, don't stop clapping.
Thank you very much, Madam MC. It's such a great honor to be given this rare opportunity to introduce our guest of honor. So I'll kindly ask to ride on courtesies previously established, and I'll go straight into the introduction. And just a quick one, I'm Director of Strategy and Transactions. So just a quick correction. Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said here. I'll just refer to one of the quotes from COP. He said, the qualification you got, in entering a job is not enough to sustain you. And as I read through the profile of our guest speaker, please listen, let's be inspired, and let's take lessons even as we go through his profile. Thank you. So our guest speaker is in the person of Chamfo Asafo-Boakye Ajiman Bonsu. Before he was installed as the Asafohene, Akwemuhene, and head of Akwemu Traditional Divisional Council on the 17th of December 2020, he was known in private life as William Kojo Ajiman Bonsu. He was a diplomat and manager for mitigation and transparency support sub-program of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat in Bonn, Germany. Since January 2010, he managed the Secretariat's provision of technical assistance to developing countries in the area of preparation and implementation of climate change mitigation actions, including nationally appropriate mitigation action and measurements, reporting, verification under the convention, and lately, the nationally determined contributions, NDC. So those of us who are familiar with the climate change and ESG, you will hear of Ghana's NDCs and the overall impact in reducing our emissions. The enhanced transparency framework and implementation of implementation of low emission development strategies under the Paris Agreement. Our guest speaker has had tremendous professional career. Before joining the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat in 2010, he served in various positions within the Ghana Government Services since 1982, when he did his national service. In 1987 to 1990, he was a senior tutor at Prempeh College, Kumasi, Ghana, and taught advanced level chemistry. He was the National Climate Change Focal Point and CDM designated national authority for the Republic of Ghana from 1998 to June 2010. During this period, he was also Ghana's lead negotiator on climate change and the national focal point for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, and director and head of Energy Resources and Climate Change Department of the Environmental Protection Agency, Ghana. Our guest speaker has served in various positions at the international level, including being the first vice chair of the UNFCCC Expert Group on Technology Transfer from 2001 to 2002, and the chair for 2002-2003, and member of the reconstituted EGTT, alternative member of the Adaptation Fund Steering Committee for the Nairobi Framework. Our guest of speaker, ladies and gentlemen, has also participated in developed countries' greenhouse gas inventory reviews as expert and lead reviewer under the Climate Change Convention, as well as the Kyoto Protocol from 2001 to 2010. Our guest speaker was also the vice president and bureau member of COP12 and CMP2 and COP13 and CMP3. He chaired the different contact groups under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, including the contact group on adaptation of the ad hoc working group on long-term climate action. Our guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen, has authored numerous publications and was the coordinating lead author for the industrial processes and product use section of the 2006 IPCC guidelines for national greenhouse gas inventories, and a lead author for the IPCC special report on carbon capture and storage. As a coordinating lead author for the IPCC, Echamfo contributed to winning the award of the Nobel Peace Prize in 2007. His latest, yes, a good place to clap. Thank you. His latest publication on cities in the context of climate change, opportunities for local authorities in climate action in Africa, is published in the book Smart Economy in Smart Africa Cities, published by Springer in March 2019. Our guest speaker, ladies and gentlemen, holds a master's degree in chemical engineering from the Norwegian Institute of Science and Technology, and has been a spouse and alumnus of this great university. He's married with 2 children and blessed with 3 grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome our guest speaker, Nana Echamfo Asafo Boakye Ajiman Bonsu. Okay. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairperson, Professor Yvonne Odro, the Pro Vice Chancellor, President and Founder YPYC, Andy Osei Okra, guest speaker, COP Kofi Boachi, Engineer Atapuku, and all conference speakers, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I stand here this morning bringing you greetings from His Royal Highness, Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II, on whose behalf I will deliver this statement. But before I get in there, I'll make some personal remarks. The first thing I will say is that I wish, and this is just a wish because it's not possible, I wish my age clock could be reset so that I would have been 20 by now. Because when I sit down and I look at the opportunities that are there for the youth, then I get very jealous. I never had that opportunity. And when COP Kofi Boachi was speaking, he made me felt like I'm also too old to stand before you. I graduated in 1987 from KNUST, receiving my second upper class honors from Otumfuo Pokuwari in this same very hall. And it's an honor to be back speaking to the young ones. This great hall that you see breeds great people. And it's not just by accident that you see all those people lined up here having products of this great university, which I understand is 14th among 1,800 and something universities that were assessed. Madam Chairman, now I stick to the reading of Otumfuo's statement. And then I'll be addressing people as my children and my son because I'm speaking as Otumfuo. I'm very excited that Andy and YPYC chose Kumasi and Asanteman as their first destination outside Accra to hold the 13th edition of the Transform Summit and launching of his latest book titled You Are a Leader. We are honored to host Andy and you all here in Kumasi today. What actually excites me, and this was Otumfuo speaking, not me, is about this experience in seeing my son, Andy, develop to live what I dreamed of him right when he was on this campus as the SRC president. There's no joy greater than a parent, a teacher, a mentor, seeing a child, student, or a mentee living gloriously his or her aspirations and actualizing same in fulfillment of his or her fullest potential. On that note, I say congratulations, Andy. I am proud of you and how far you have come to impact not only Asante-Mine, but the country and the continent of Africa at large. I can remember inviting me to send a representative to sit on a board of trustees to ensure the judicious use of students' funds and using it in building SRC hostel and naming it after me, Otumfo Osetutu, the second hostel, about 20 years ago on this very campus. An exceptional and matured leadership, Andy. Now you have organized this homecoming summit and have brought in many of your colleagues who are now holding responsible positions in the country to your school to coach your younger brothers and sisters. I say Ayiko, and this unique example is a great lesson for all of you here gathered. And I believe you would emulate this shining example, especially my SRC leaders. Sure. Above all, what is most exciting is how you, the young participants of this Transform Summit, have availed yourselves passionately to be groomed and nurtured as the next generation of transformational leaders for Ghana and for Africa. Seeing this gives me hope that all is not lost. We have hope that through programs like this, we could save the future by preparing the next generation to do what we could not do. Indeed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, society is growing more complicated in every dimension. Development dynamics, needs, and challenges, all of demographics are getting more and more sophisticated than they were in our childhood. What this means is that we need more sophisticated leaders and citizens to address prevailing development questions. And I want you to take note of this important section of the statement. We often say that the future is for the youth, and rightly so. But nothing shows we understand what that truly means. Those to whom something belongs should be those defining and shaping it with their dreams, needs, and potentialities. But in our case, there is paucity of youth involvement in the things that matter in shaping the future that we insist belong to them. We need to place those to whom the future belongs at the center of processes which defines and engineers the future. Of course, nobody is born a thief, a priest, a doctor, or an armed robber. Society creates all consciously or otherwise. So the future is not merely tomorrow, but the consequence of what we do today. How we socialize and nurture our children and youth today shall determine what we shall have: more generational leaders, doctors, tech innovators, and engineers, or more petty thieves, internet fraudsters, armed robbers, and political thugs. I'll pause for a moment and digress a little bit. Just yesterday, I was finalizing a paper for the UN Climate Change Secretariat looking at the social, economic, and environmental impacts of new and emerging industries and technologies. And that's where my heart started pumping. I wish I'm at the age of 20. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is what defines the relevance of the summit and its place in our collective search for a prosperous future for our youth. The youth must be trained to appreciate that they are leaders, even in their homes, schools, and communities, and be equipped with the relevant knowledge and skills to lead wherever they find themselves. They must be educated to accept and take responsibility in their pursuit for greatness, because at the end, they cannot blame anybody for their failures. This is why I'm glad Andy is launching his latest leadership book, You Are a Leader, as part of this event. I will quote His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Ibn Chambers, former UN Secretary General for West Africa and Sahel, and the first ECOWAS president, who happened to write the foreword of Andy's book that we're launching today. And I read, this book, You Are a Leader, is a good read. Indeed, a page turner. It's been artfully put together for the corporate executive, tagged in somewhere Gaborone, Botswana, the uninitiated but ambitious young men and women in Bimbila, in the northern region of Ghana, or Techimai, in the Blue East, eager to start their own leadership journey or business. And for the well self-actualized, determined to maintain success. The pages of this book offer more than just how-to manual for the developing of leadership. They offer the most valuable gift, experience. Indeed, books are a treasure trove. You Are a Leader is an exception. I'm sure you will have the opportunity to get copies. Dear guests, unemployment has become our mortal enemy. An enemy clutching a spear aimed and targeted at the base of our future. Determined to deny us good health, enhance life expectancy, and productivity. It will take our collective effort to reduce unemployment. Though a daunting task, it is achievable. Nonetheless, if we all put our shoulders to the wheel by venturing into entrepreneurship and digitalization where opportunities abound. Asanteman is keen on complementing the state and non-state actors in reducing unemployment and the injustice of deprivation and poverty through provision of employable skills, scholarships, and land in furtherance of industrialization. And I hope you will know that, because we own the third component of development. My young friends here, you have a responsibility not to fail yourselves, your families, your communities, and your universities. the nation, and the continent. That responsibility of securing the future of society is on your shoulders. And you must carry it well by taking advantage of leadership, entrepreneurial, and career coaching skills, development opportunities like what YPYC is offering to you today to prepare adequately to transform yourselves and society. In conclusion, the theme is the future of our youth: jobs, digitalization, entrepreneurship, leadership. And I am urging personal commitment and the power of the individual action taken now to impact the future. I will appeal to corporate institutions, individuals, and partners, as well as philanthropists, to sponsor the initiatives like what YPYC is doing and others. I would like to appreciate and greatly commend MTNPULSE for sponsoring the Transform 2022. The Chief Commercial Officer, Noel Gansen, and your team keep the good works and maintain this relationship. Many more companies should come on board. Next year, I will check the new ones who will come to support this noble initiative. I congratulate all participants, especially the 2022 African Role Model awardees, for their efforts and contribution to their fields of endeavor and society at large. Our society needs more role models to shape the minds of the younger Ghanaian, and rightly. Ayiko. At this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, it is my singular honor to declare YPYC MTNPULSE Transform Summit and a book titled You Are a Leader by Andy Osei Okra duly launched. Congratulations. Congratulations and well done, Andy. Thank you all for your attention. God bless Asante Man. God bless Ghana.
We shall all be seated. Such words of wisdom and enlightenment. Thank you so much. Now, at the beginning of our interaction, I happened to mention in my introduction of our host that he's written a book, and the book is entitled, You Are a Leader. Am I right? Yes. And in it, there are strategies to unearth leadership and skill in us individuals. We are all aware of this common saying that if you want to hide anything from a black man, where do you put it? And I think it's a very bad ideology that is lingering around. And so you can be the change. I remember growing up, we were always encouraged to borrow books from the library and read, because you must invest in yourself. And as great leaders, as great mentors, you have to read, because nothing is new under the sun. Someone has done it. Someone has seen it. So you don't have to repeat mistakes. And that's why I'm here to introduce to you. The book was launched in Accra, I think somewhere in June, July, and it was wonderful. So we have some of the books available. And I would not want you to leave without one. You have to get one of these books, because it will transform your life. In it, there are immense benefits about types of leadership, how to go about situations. And I think a book is a tool of mentorship. If you have a book from a great leader, it is his way of mentoring you. And so you must invest. So the investment comes at a price. I think we were told that when you give, you receive power. And so it is time for you to give. So if you are here and you'd like a book at 2,000 Ghana cedis, you are not buying the physical paper. You are paying for the impact it's having in your life. And I don't think there's a price tag on that. So if you're here, 2,000 cedis, you'd like to invest in your future, invest in leadership, invest in mentorship, you can grab a book. Well, what's all there? Is it that you're counting the money? You're counting the money. We have a buyer for 2,000. We have two. Engineer Atapuku Ajimine has taken one. And then our entrepreneur, fine DNA entrepreneur, Mr. George is also taking one, 2,000. Oh, we have 4 people. It's an investment, so that we can print more books and send them farther. 2,000. 2,000. Anyone in the audience? 2,000? Mr. Idinkra is taking one, 2,000. CEO of Idinkra Pie, CEO of Idinkra Pie. Mr. Kofi Boache is also taking one at 2,000. Commander 1. We are still at 2,000. The more you give, the more power you have. Or you don't agree? You agree, right? 2,000, last call. Oh, we have one there. Wow. Azawahene is also taking one. Wow. Blown away. In fact, indeed, when you give, you have more power. Nana said that to inspire the youth of Asafo and to inspire all of us, he's going to take one, but not at 2,000. And he's not doubling it, not at 4,000, but he's taking it at 5,000. Oh, you should be on your feet and be inspired in the class. And thank you. God bless you. Thank you. Wow. This is a true demonstration of the fact that when you give, you have more power. Yeah. Should I keep it at 5,000? 2,000. Okay, all right. I'm stepping it down. 1,000. Anybody here to invest 1,000? 1,000. We have a lot of books. I thought I would see so many hands going up for 1,000. Or you are counting the money. When I hear the whispering, I assume you are counting the money. If you don't have physical cash, MTN is here. Momo is there. You can Momo it. We are capable of receiving Momo. Okay, all right. Well, we have the books available. If you don't want to be seen and you want to, they are there, so you can get one for yourself. All right. At this point, I'd like to acknowledge some of our media partners. I think we have here GTV, UTV, Multimedia, GNA, Graphic, TV3, Ghanaian Times, Pioneer, Chronicles. Oh, let's put our hands together for them. Without them, whatever we do stays here. But because of them, we get to spread it abroad. Before we come to the awards session, we have a few of the alumni of this great body from the 1999 group. They are all here. We want to give them 1 minute to just share a few words of greeting. We have in our midst the Minister of Water and Housing. He is also the Director of Television. or rather, we have the director of television GBC here. We have Mr.
Okay, let me help you here. The alumni are mentioned. George, he's the director for television GTV. Come and say your name. He was my entertainment chairman in 1999, and we put the focus. Okay, let me know. The focus effort. We merged Katanga, Conti FM, and built Focus FM.
Guys, what I want to say is that the zeal to succeed is the most important thing. I think your resolution to succeed is more important than anything else. When we were voted into office as SRC executives, I think it was our second or third meeting, and then Andy, the president, told us that, look, we're going to build a hostel. And for me, a young man in the university, I was like, where are we going to get the cash to put up such a project? But today, it is there. So clearly, if you have the resolution to succeed, you will make it. But the most difficult part for me was when Andy told me, all right, you are the SRC Entertainment Chairman. The university's radio project, Focus FM, must start. The university's transmitter is what Katanga is using, which is Contato then. And you need to get Contato to go off so you can start the university's project. I said in my head, Andy, it's Katanga you're talking about. How do I get Katanga to shut down their radio project when Conti has ASR? But we found a way. And I think Focus was born. What I want to say is, if you have a dream and you focus on the path to take you there, you will get there. Today, I've also seen Tech TV operating here. Well, for me as a director of TV and also overlooking marketing in GBC, maybe I just want to serve notice to the authorities of this university that at least I've found a source of talent. I'm sure we should be able to tap into this so that the products of this university will not end up anywhere but as professionals and radio. I was given a minute, so I just want to end by saying your resolution to succeed is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Yeah, your resolution to succeed. Thank you very much. Oh, let's clap for my entertainment chairman who made me proud by forming the Focus FM. There was another gentleman who also was my faculty president, and that was the first time that natural resources student had an SRC president, and he was the president then. He was the former MP for Baltimore and the current executive director for UPA, Honorable Dr. Kofu. Let's appreciate him. Oh, appreciate him as he comes. Mind you, he's an MPP MP. But he was Nachu's president.
Thank you, Kofi. It's my junior brother. Yeah, and I wanted to know the time of the day because after 12, I can't speak English. Nana Safari representing His Royal Majesty, Vice Chancellor, the Pro Vice Chancellor.
got to know that Andy is my junior brother. But they were convinced that really he deserved it, so he got it. And now, without listeners, I would like to thank you, Mr. Hassan. Two for your voice, for being there for us. So your personal self. And now, Mr. Kimpin, when it comes to environmental management, not in Ghana, nationwide, worldwide, are the United Nations that we are talking about, the UNFCCC and all that. Ghana is higher on the map out there. It is all because of your ingenuity and resource. When you talk about apprenticeship and youth development, these are the things we have got to look at. How did he do it? How is he still coping with it? So I give you my blessings. Kofi had to be SRC president because myself was president of Renewable Natural Resources Students Association. I made up my mind that this time Nachu should be president. And that's what we got him to be the president. And he never disgraced us. The wisdom that Atufo talked about, as an SRC member and a senior colleague has said, I was instrumental to make it happen, and it happened. You can do it, and you can do it far better than we are doing today. If you take it from what our guest speaker and then our father Atufo had given us, all for our take. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Please appreciate Dr. Kokofu. Good. All the way from United States, Washington. One lady also from Nachu. She was a project coordinator, Nachu. Helped me in all campaign. The first time she had campaign, I had to do campaign for me. Dora Kujo. She's one of the senior officers in World Bank Group. Oh, wow. Hey, Charlie, good to see you. Okay, Dora, 1 minute. Hello. IT, help us. Okay. Do you also have Honorable Minister for Works and Housing there? Or Sheila? Then Imani Ghana CEO, Imani Ghana President Franklin Kujo was part of the council. So you can see the council was hot at that time. Very hot. They are all to join. If we are having challenges, we might move on because of time. Nanano and many others have some.
Andy, can you confirm you can hear me?
Okay, good.
You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you a little.
Okay, I will speak as loud as I can.
Good.
So thank you very much. I am really honored and I see this as a rare privilege. I give all the appreciation to Honorable Anderson for really prioritizing the focus on youth and not making that just words, but making that a practical element in his life. It was an honor being a student at KNUST. My 1 minute pitch, I never miss any problems these days by being silo-minded. So ensure that you have an integrated approach to looking at issues, to looking at solutions, and I think your network on campus is critical. The second point I want to share with you is internship. I think we have one required internship as a student, if I recall correctly, but I think it will serve you well to make your vacation a point of learning, a point of feeling what it takes to be in the workforce, and to help you shape your thinking on your dissertations and your master's program. So extremely important. Take your internship serious, and your report writing, as if I may pick from Commander 1, give it class, give it value, let's be as practical as possible. Last point, as Honorable and your made us realize, leadership. Take every opportunity to serve, serve with your heart, serve to learn, and serve to make impact. And make it fun. Let me add my last words. Make it fun, because, as I said, I never miss any great programs. If there's any entertainment coming in, I will never cut myself out. And I was also very honored to have met my husband on campus. So, and ensure that you leave the campus with a broad mind, with a very comprehensive approach at development and at life.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dora. Wow. Charlie, now Obonte or how? Obonte. He had a husband from here, so that's a piece of advice for him. In fact, that's what we wanted to achieve. Is Sheila in there? If not, Honorable Minister, I haven't received any message yet, so we could go on with our program. Are we set backstage? Is the wall set ready? Good. All right. Can they give us 1 minute as they bring. Ladies and gentlemen, try to rush to get things done. Where we've gotten to this year, there are about time. Before that, I want to introduce from all the way from United States, Phoenix, Arizona, Bishop Dr. Osei Minta, who came all the way from Phoenix, Arizona. Now, can we see you? And the team he came with. Good. Thank you very much, Bishop. We'll be having a program here in Ashanti region, and he decided to grace this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are having it for the first time, they are role models that we normally will advertise and let people submit their names. Their names, people they think that they've done something and show transformational leadership, and they are role models to people in various fields,
in youth development, youth empowerment, professional development, and so many. And this year, because we're coming in academic environment, academic excellence, mentoring, and all that. Good. So, and always we are trying to identify young and old who serve as role model. And to start with, there's one young person who is doing well, dedicated. I've known him and observed him, and he's doing a lot. And everybody thinks that he's doing something because without, and that's where Nana Chairman's passion is. So Nana would really do that because that is what, if I mention, you see. That guy is doing a lot. So I will start with that gentleman. He happens to be the Global Climate Change Ambassador for YMCA, and he's called Mr. Cedric Zulu. Wow. He wins the Young Professional Role Model, the Young Africa Role Model in Youth Development and Climate Change Advocacy. So shall we have Cedric? He came all the way from Accra. And to present to him my own Lord, Chamfor, who is a climate change expert. Chamfor, who is the climate change expert, will do that. And what we are doing is we give you the back and the citation. We will not read the citation because of time. Clap for him. We have another one, and this category is also dear to me because Comrade Dumont, the ace journalist, was one of our icons. And when he died, we established that. So we are observing in the media space those who are really role models, and we honor them. And this year we had a serious fight because the SEC team saw somebody, they think that is good because where he's coming from the public sector is so tight, but it's still penetrating. So we need it, and this is an emerging thing that will bring. So because of time, I won't waste time. We have something called Africa Role Model in Journalism and Media Excellence. And that case, we have, for the public media, we had one gentleman who works as a deputy news editor at Ghana News Agency. He is in the person of Anthony Bells Kafui. Wow. He also came all the way. And at this one, because it's a public sector, and the COP is also from public sector, we invite COP Kofi Boache to do the presentation for us. Public sector. Thank you. Congratulations, Anthony. In the media, the same people in Ashanti region here, the site was looking at the media space again. And in the private sector, one gentleman I also know very well, and we started this work with him, consistently doing well. Hello FM. When I mention the name, you know. It is our Africa role model in journalism and media excellence, Samson K. Nyamiche, General Manager, but he's not here. He told me that somebody, Frenchman, will come and pick it for him. It's Frenchman here. Oh, let's appreciate French. Wow. And here, my province will help me to do that. Professor Ellis will present to Samson K. Nyamiche. Good. Congratulations, Samson. Again, because of time, we are running faster. Thank you, Frenchman. Oh, let's clap for him. We are also looking for, we search for those who are doing well in business and they are role models to the young guys. And then in business excellence, when I mentioned, you will know, when we did not know about this thing, this gentleman came in with something that everybody all enjoy. And I love that. Edikra Pie. The CEO of Edikra Pie, Berima Osei Mensah, is our Africa role model in business excellence. Let's appreciate Berima as he's coming. And here, Dr. Bishop Eric from the United States will do this presentation for me. That is Edikra Pie CEO. Oh, please appreciate Edikra Pie CEO. Berima Osei Mensah. Then another gentleman, also in business, entrepreneurship, all-rounder. He's a marvel guy to know. And you hear him this afternoon. In the area of entrepreneurship, we have Emmanuel Jones Mensah, Africa role model. And here, once again, we'll call on Madam Chairperson, Professor Ibok, to do that for us. Wow. This one, I want to be part. All right, thank you, quick. And there are other three categories. We look out for individuals, organizations who are supporting young in their role models. So this one is an organization. And when I mentioned to you, see that in fact when I came In Accra, they are supporting me. In Kumasi and Ashanti, they did the same thing. And strangely, they found their name in the category. So, in terms of organization, Young Professional Africa Role Model Organization went to who? Multimedia Group. Okay, now, let's listen to Multimedia Group here. Ready? All right. Dr. Nate, I understand you pick it. Oh, hey, my MC. Whoa, okay. It's also work. All right, that's fine. Engineer Atapoku will do that presentation for us. That's Multimedia Africa Role Model Organization helping youth. Then, this is the organization one. Then it comes to individuals. We look for females and we look for males. And in the search, I was surprised. I knew her, in fact, I would not say I knew her, but we met occasionally once. And when the search team brought a report, there was a name in it, and happens to be that lady. Now, when it comes to leadership, comes to youth development, women empowerment, young people empowerment, women in STEM and all that, there was one lady. And that lady happens to win the overall Africa Role Model Female Personality in the person of Professor Marianne Asantua in Cancer. Oh, let's appreciate her.
So I am Professor Marianne Asantua in Cancer. I'm an Associate Professor of Chemistry and I teach at
She's not known in Ghana, but internationally. So she happens to win the overall Africa Role Model Female Personality. Good. Good. To finish up that category, the sex and the points were so many that you still happen to fall on that person. So the Africa overall role model male personality is who? Is who? Pedro? Emmanuel Quadruple! You see the report is right? Quadruples, all the points put together after everything becomes the overall. And this time, Nana Otumfo representative will present to you for being the overall. climbing up. There's somebody, when it comes to mentoring, when it comes to leadership, she's everything. And some of us, we've gone through that. I was shocked again when the name also came, because I could testify to that. So we were looking for youth development and then youth mentoring or mentorship. Remember, COP mentioned mentorship. Yes. So for us, 2022, our Africa role model in youth development and mentoring, in leadership excellence and youth mentoring, is a whole professor that I know, and it's called Professor Ipok Insa Odro. Wow. Oh, Doc said he asked her son, Dr. Odro, to join. Dr. Odro, where are you? Oh, come and join Manu. Let's appreciate Dr. Odro. Oh, lovely. And all the ones I'm doing, because they are professors, because their head is the chancellor. And then Asafo Hene, with Chamfor, is now representing the chancellor. So Nana will present that on our behalf. Whoa, 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 whoa. Thank you very much. Keep doing what you know how to do best. Then, where we've gotten to, let's listen to what Professor Ibokodro said when she had that surprise thing. Are you ready, guys? Okay, listen. Short one.
Can me. Well, I stood there for some time. I didn't know what to say. They kept on saying this one said this, and it was taking me. I don't know. I was very, very quiet. Most of the time, these things comes because somebody is recommending you for somebody, and so I just stood there quiet, and then I took the letter. I didn't read the letter until I got home. When I got home, I gave it to my daughter-in-law, and it was she who opened up the letter and then took a photograph and shared it on the family platform. That's exactly what happened. Then she told me, "Oh, mommy, you're getting a gold award." And I said, "Oh, is that true?" That I was coming home when they caught me and said that, "Come, wait." And so it's a surprise. It's a surprise. I think the youth should embrace integrity.
The next one is amazing. We also look for, and I'm sure you will see, in the public work, we look for people who are leaders. And I know they are leaders. So we have what we call Africa Role Model in Public Service Leadership. Who do you think is one of them? Wow, COP Kofi Boache. Wow! COP, again, to ensure that COP gets the right one, the 2-4 representative represent that to COP. The next one, before we go to, happens to be, YPYC normally have a surprise award that we give. We observe people we'll be working with. Somebody right here with the camera was shot same way. You see one of the cameramen this is one of the mentees of YPYC, this cameraman. Show yourself. He's one of our role models. We had a surprise at a meeting like this, and it's going to happen the same way. We surprise somebody who has been helping, devoted himself, and doing everything, cash, time, everything. Youth development, call him night to support you. He's also a professional. Who do you think that person can be? Not you. So we have Africa role model in professional development. That professionally this guy is developed and still support youth development. And it's a surprise to Engineer Ataboku. That is a surprise. Where's my wife? Please come and read this. And hear it.
Africa Role Model in Professional Development Award, citation, in honor of Engineer Nanapoku Aja, Metro Director, Urban Roads. YPYC has taken cognizance of your iconic role in professional development, community service, and youth empowerment through employment creation, counseling, and mentorship. And on this day, bestow on you this award in appreciation of your dedication towards the welfare of the youth and the good of society. You are very supportive of every good cause. You are boldly resolute, innovatively attentive, and never doubted, resisting stereotypes that deter many from venturing into self-development. Congratulations on this 27th day of August 2022. The Governing Council of YPYC, on behalf of all members, confer on you our respectable title, Africa Role Model in Professional Development. Whoa. Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you very much, Engineer. I know this is a huge surprise for you, but we have to take that decision. Last year we gave you one, and this is a surprise one. Good. Where we've gotten to, the SEC team, the leader of the SEC team is Ryan also here with us. He gave a name that was surprising to me. And in fact, when I approached that person, I was shocked. Please get that citation ready. and we'll be reading. Get that citation for me, because we'll read that citation. In Africa Role Model in Academic Excellence, and it's a Lifetime Achievement Award. We give to Lifetime Achievement Award. And who do you think the person is? The person is Professor Ellis Owusu-Dabo, the Chief Pro VC of this university. Oh, the wife. Whoa! Beautiful. Okay, this one, I'm going to do it myself so that Nana can rest. I'll do it myself.
I just got an envelope addressed to me, sent from the Young Professionals and Youth Coalition. What an exciting day. I just got an envelope addressed to me, sent from the Young Professionals and Youth Coalition, acknowledging my work in academic excellence. Who am I? I'm just so super excited to be named among the giants in this country and to be recognized by peers and friends, people I do not know, but in silence have been recognizing the work that I've been doing is very, very appreciative and very, very, very acknowledging. And I want to say a very big thank you to the Coalition of Young Professionals in the Youth to also bring the message that it has come by dint of hard work and through God's grace. At the moment, I'm a professor of epidemiology and global health. What I do is that through the research work that I do, I try to inform policy through the evidence that we generate. And this is meant to influence the evidence that helps medical practitioners to make decisions to help populations. This is what I've been doing.
I'll have time and play this for you. Let's appreciate the Pro VC. The last but not the least happens to be, shall I call Mrs. Okra to come and read this for me? Mrs. Okra, please, Mrs. Okra, bring the citation and read it for me.
Africa Role Model Woman in Executive Leadership Lifetime Achievement Award in honor of Professor Mrs. Rita Akusia-Dixon, Vice Chancellor, KNUST. This is in recognition of your outstanding transformational leadership and excellence in university education as the first female Vice Chancellor of KNUST since inception. You are a transformational leader, that single independent link in the chain of development, propelling sustainable growth at this University of Academic Excellence. Inclusiveness, transparency, accountability, and corporate social responsibility are among the values you have inculcated into the structures of this enviable university, emphasizing your sterling qualities as an objective leader keen on good governance. You are leading innovation and transformation, a trait evidence in the immense transformation witnessed at the quality education delivery, specifically at the internationally placed as the best university in Africa and 14th position globally over 1,000 universities. On this 27th day of August 2022, the Governing Council of YPYC, on behalf of all members, confer on you a respectable title, Africa Role Model Woman in Executive Leadership, Lifetime Achievement.
Wow. Congratulations. The prof said the youngest professor female should come and present and receive that on her behalf. So let's approach Nana's side. I'll do that with Nana. Okay. Mrs. Okra, let's go. Okay. And then there we'll listen to what. Now let's listen to what the VC said.
This is truly very humbling and overwhelming. And I'd like to thank the organizers and also the leadership for this honor that is done me and the university. As I do so, I'd like to dedicate this award to the hard-working staff and students, both past and present, of our great and noble university, for all the hard work that has gone into bringing our dear university to where we are the past 70 years. I would like to also congratulate my fellow awardees and to say, well done. Let us all continue to work hard as we've always done to move our dear country forward. I thank you all very much, and I wish you a very successful program. Thank you so much.
Wow. That is our Vice Chancellor talking to us. Ladies and gentlemen, this almost 11 role models that we wanted to show you. Please, all role models, you can come with your plaques and join Nana here, take photograph, and Nana will leave us, and then we'll continue the session. So awardees, please join us. All awardees, join us. Media team organizers. With your plaque, yes. Please come. Yes. With your plaque. Kindly come along with your plaque.
All awardees, congratulations once again.
Where's Mr. Dinkre's trophy? Please, the pastors and alumni join us. MTN. Grassat. Please show your awards. And say thank you to people for doing this for us. Now, we have to see Nana off. All of us will have a photograph outside there. The rest to share for the discussion. We are going to have the panel discussion. So let's see the Otumfuo representative of.
It's always a delight to see great things forward. And I think it should be encouragement to all of us here. Whatever circle you find yourself in, whatever engagement you are part of, know that once you do your best, once you give your best, you will be rewarded. Because excellence is almost always awarded. I have mine, you can use it for pictures.
Hello? Yeah, you see, yeah, Michael, I'm here.
The Law Students Association, we have YPYC, KNUST. And especially, I remember having a project on Clean Ghana, all the way at Kompanoche. And the YPYC, KNUST group representative looked for me. Usually, I mean, you go and look for other people to partner, but they have the first part, which is going to tackle jobs and leadership. And then we'll have the second part, which would tackle entrepreneurship and digitalization. All right. I just noticed that YPYC has a call and a response. They have a slogan. And so I don't know how many of you know it, but if you don't know it, I'd like us to just take the time to learn it. So when I say YPYC, you respond, building tomorrow's transformational leaders today. Building tomorrow's transformational leaders today. I think it's very easy. Are we ready? Are we ready? All right, so YPYC. YPYC. All right, so as you are here, I believe that we will be built for tomorrow to be transformational leaders. These are our panelists ready. Great. So leading us in this panel, this first panel, that is for jobs and leadership, we have a very young and beautiful lady that I was privileged to have a conversation with. When she walked in the room, I was like, who is this young lady? And I'm sure you've seen her sitting on the stage during the earlier sessions. She is in the person of I hear our panelists are not ready for us. And so, how many of you see the painting here? Please, can the gentleman that did the painting come forward? Or, please, where is he? The gentleman that's did the painting. Do you know where he is? I wanted him to tell us a little bit about the art and how it came about. But as we are waiting for them, I want to hear from us what our expectations are for the panel discussion. The first one is on leadership and jobs. And so when I see you and I'm drawn to you, I'll give you the microphone and then you tell us what you are expecting or anticipating. Hello.
My name is Michelle, and I'm expecting that by the end of this, our students will get to know how to prepare ourselves for the employment market, what employers expect from us as students, and build upon it.
Thank you so much, Michelle. It's like I've been on this side. I want to know your anticipation, what you are hoping to learn here. If you look out from me, that is when I'll call you. So look at me so that I don't call you. Hello.
So, my name is Emil, and I am expecting that at least we don't have a theoretical session, a theoretical session, but we actually get more knowledge about what's on grounds other than the talks and let's see the theories, yes.
beautiful lady I was talking about. She's Ikuya Ampa. She is a career service professional. She's passionate about supporting students and young graduates with their career development. So if you're here, you want to know about how to grow in your career, what steps to take, she's here to facilitate that knowledge. She works primarily as a career development advisor at Ashesi University, and in her role, she's helped so many students. In fact, I think one profound thing I've noticed about students from Ashesi is that they globally make impact. Their careers really move, and I'm sure it's because of such facilitators. And so we are thrilled to have you. Let's put our hands together for him. Okay. Then we have my very own man in blue with a full beard. Yes, so who has won 2 awards? Yes. That is Mr. Emmanuel Hojo Jones Mensa. He is, yes, you can put your hands together. He's an entrepreneur and a philanthropist. Of course, giving is power. And he is the CEO of Empire Domus Group Limited. And he's the founder of KJM Foundation. And in fact, I see a lot. Empire Roads, Empire Concrete. Wow. He deserves the award. Let's put our hands together. Okay. Then we also have kindly bear with me shortly.
Thank you very much. We try to save time and make time. Then we are combining this way. The one who's going to talk about the digital world is a young person, just fresh from the oven, married. I'm sure he came with a couple or with a wife. Derek Omari is here. Derek, come and take your position. Oh, please appreciate him. We will have time to read, but you are here. So Google Derek Omari right now and then profile him. You know that this young gentleman is doing a lot when it comes to technology. I could see Mrs. Omari also smiling. Mrs. Omari, please be upstanding. And just a week old, right?
This is fresh. Fresh.
And they are continuing the honeymoon here. So we are going to have a fruitful discussion. Any COP set the ball rolling for us. And we're talking about entrepreneurship, digitalization, and then you realize COP mentioned branding. You hear that? So we are talking about branding, personal branding. So this is what our partners are going to do. They initially have 10 minutes, but they are going to reduce it and still get the value we want. A global one. You don't need to talk to anything. I think from the beginning, the information you have is more than enough to do for the day. And then we need to hear from these citizens
Yes, he's finished.
Okay. We'll come back to you when we are done. So, yeah. Now, are there any jobs in the market? Which probably I know they are jobs. COP is telling us what are the sustainable jobs. My issue is if they are jobs, I know they are jobs. Are there strategies that we can use to get these jobs? Or young people's problem now is how to find jobs, how to get jobs and stuff like that. So you have this opportunity to tell us if you have anything you are prepared. Just tell us if they are jobs, how can we do? Give us some tips.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. Hello, everyone. Sorry, I have a terrible cold, so you have to bear with me, okay? All right. It's good to see all of you, and I'm just judging that most of you are in the university, so you guys are all here in tech, right? Yes or no? Okay, so as a career services professional, I can confidently tell you that there are lots of jobs in Ghana and beyond Ghana, a lot. I know, a lot of people say no, there are no jobs, but there are, yes, and beyond. There are lots of jobs, and employers are looking for people to actually occupy these positions, right? The problem is the skills and attitude. So a lot of young people do not develop themselves to be attractive to these positions. And I think DOP said it rightly, the competence, right? You meet young people and you ask them, what do you want to do? And they tell you, oh, BBA, anything. The thing is, employers want to know that you have developed yourself. You have the right skills. You can communicate effectively. You have built your network. You have the right interpersonal skills. You are a critical thinker. You're a problem solver. These are the basic things that employers are looking for. So it's very easy for you to sit in your corner and say that there are no jobs because, one, you are not networking well, so people are not even recommending you for jobs. So there are two things. There are jobs that are advertised, and there are jobs that are not advertised. And I will say that about 80% or 90% of the jobs right now are not advertised. They are mostly recommended. So, like I said, I work a lot with employers because prior to me going into consulting full-time, I worked at Ashesi University, and Derek can attest to that. We both went to Ashesi together. And I would say almost every week, employers are sending emails saying, these are the roles available and we want your students to apply. And not because of the school, necessarily. It's because of the students who have positioned themselves to be attractive for these roles. So anyone, regardless of the school you go to, you can still get these jobs. But the question is, have you applied yourself? One, have you done internships while in school? Do you have a mentor? Do you work on projects that, it's something that people want to engage with? So the branding base that we're talking about, if you want to, for example, be an accountant or be a photographer, for example, a lot of young people are just waiting to get that opportunity to exhibit or do it. But what you can do for yourself is, in your own small way, create that opportunity where you are selling or selling yourself, right? So if you want to be an accountant again, don't wait to work with the big fours. In your own small way, are you connecting with people who already work there? Are you asking them questions? How is it like to be an accountant? How is it like, or what should I do? What are the steps do I have to take? So touching on steps, and I'll end right now, is it's good you guys are all in your tertiary level. And it'll be good for you to know this before you graduate and join the unemployed society. And it's not going to happen to anyone here. Amen? Right. So the strategy I'll tell you is that start early. Start building your network. Start building your capacity, your skills. Because the truth of the matter is, employers just want to know that you are right for the job. And it's not because you have worked 10 years or you have 10 years of work experience. But they want to know that, okay, while you were in school, were you just attending classes and that was it? They want to know that were you in any clubs and societies. So everybody's talking about how Honorable was an SRC president, he built a school. And it's something that you can talk about when you go for interviews. You can leverage on those things. How does your CV look like? Do you even have a CV? Some people's CV, they have married Christian, all those things. These are things that when an employer sees, they'll just trust your CV somewhere. So how are you positioning yourself to be attractive to these jobs? And do you even know where they are advertised? How many of you are on LinkedIn? Right. How many of you here have branded yourself well on LinkedIn that when an employer is looking for someone, you will pop up? I was reading an article on Forbes, I think 2 weeks ago, that said that 95% of employers leverage on LinkedIn to look for young talent. So social media is a big deal. What is your image on social media? I've been privileged to work in a bank where I was in the HR department. And for 5 of the people we shortlisted, we were tasked to just Google their names first. And trust me, 3 were disqualified because one tweeted something really nasty, someone was insulting a minister, and I think one had a video that she was twerking or something funny like that. So the thing is, it's a big deal out there. A lot of you are not positioning yourselves well, both internally on social media, your interactions with even your faculty members, because sometimes your faculty members also know people in the industry who would recommend, who would say that, hey, I want 5 of your students to come and work with me. Then they will look out for the folks who are not just bright in class, but they have the right skills, they comport themselves in class well and all that. So I will just leave by saying that the strategy really is to start early. Don't wait before you graduate from the university and start saying, hey, me right now, what do I want to do? After national, say, what am I doing? Start from freshman year. What do you want to do? Start the internships, mentorship, talk to people, network. A lot of roles are not advertised. It's going to be who you know, which should be your friends, your families, and also your faculty members. So this will be my introduction. Thank you. Okay, so when it comes to network, really, some people say there's a strategy to it. Some people say there's no strategy to it. But I am of the opinion that there is a strategy to it. Everything in life, right, is strategy. You need to be intentional about everything, right? From you walking from the door to here. You need to be very intentional. And a lot of young people, I think, don't live an intentional life. You just live anyhow. You need to be very, very intentional. I'll just use a story to just talk more on networking. I know a lot of people are sitting here saying, is she small, is she young, is she all that? And that's really up to you. You have to make up that decision yourself. But I will say that when it comes to networking, right, it's all about you leaving someone with a right impression. That's basically it. Make a lasting impression that somebody wants to engage with you again. That's really the first strategy when it comes to networking. So you are in the midst of people. You've met engineer here. You've met Kojo here. I know a lot of people are rooting for Kojo because you saw him on social media and everything, right? The thing is, Kojo or engineer or Derek or honorable, you can have access to them by just saying, hello, my name is, and just greet them, and that's it. Whether they would want to engage with you later depends on what you said to them or the aura around you. Do you guys know that? So you see them and all you're saying is, hello, oh, I liked your video, it was nice. Oh. It's very, very, very basic. You see what I mean? But if you know the people who are attending, for example, an event, and you've done a search on them, they have done really great stuff. You leverage on that. You see Honorable Okra, he's written a book. You can Google and just have a summary of the book or watch the stuff he does. When you see him, the conversation will be very deep. You talk about his leadership journey. You let him know that you've been following him. You talk about deep things. Somebody like this, when he's thinking about something, it's very easy for him to remember you. Or even at that point, it's very easy for him to say, what do you do? Wants to engage you further. What course? What are you doing? Ask lots of questions and even want to take your number. Against the one that you want to just take a picture with them and just go put on social media because you went for an event and guess what? Engineer was there. The finance man was there. Honorable was there. That is a no-no. You need to be very intentional with everything. There was a flyer that went around. You guys knew the people who were on the panel. If you just did a little search on them, you will know their profiles. You know who they are. So anytime you are going to engage with them, you know what you are going to tell them. You've Googled Derek. You know that if you Google Derek, definitely there was a handshake of what? The queen. Me, I know this because I went to the same school with him and all that. If you Google Honorable, there are a lot of things you do. Me, if you Google me, you see anything. So when you see them, you are very strategic, you are very intentional, you know what you are going to tell them. And it'll be very easy for the person to say, hey, so what do you do? What are your career goals? And it'll be very easy for say, okay, you know what, I run this company. Would you like to come and do an internship with me? And that's how opportunities come. And the story again I'm saying is, I've known Honorable for a very long time. And it's a relationship I have with him. And I know he has friends with other people. But with me, our relationship is quite professional, but at the same time, I'm giving him value. He also gives me value. So employers will engage you because they can see what value. Everything is really value. It's not about taking pictures with me. It's not because you wore the nicest dress. Every time they are talking to someone, how can this person add value to my life? I'm running this project. This student I spoke to, can you add value? Every time they are talking to you, it's value they are thinking about. So you also have to present yourself as that individual who can add value to whatever they are doing. So when it comes to networking, that's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me say hello to all the students of KNUST. I'm sure you know that I'm a proud alumni of this university. I did civil engineering here and finished in 2005. How many people are doing civil engineering here? No, raise your hands because you are going to control the country very soon. All right. So, thank you, and it's always good to be here. It brings nostalgic memories. I started as a little boy here. The first time I came onto this campus, I was 4 years. I started nursery school here. So I was telling Kofi Boache and Nana Safohene that even though they think that they are way older than me, we were all at the university at the same time. They were here in 87, 86, 87, and I was also on the campus because the nursery is just close to the College of Art. So we're all here at the university. But on a serious note, Andy, thank you for your question. Branding and jobs. You see, you don't just get up, as Sequia said, to get a job overnight. And biblically, it even says that manna falls from heaven, but it does not just fall on the background. People need to receive manna. So the relationship between branding and jobs, they are inextricably intertwined. Now, you need to network yourself, you need to brand yourself to be able to get the jobs. 2 people or 10 people will finish engineering, civil engineering, or get first class. And it will interest you to note that you only see probably 2 of them becoming outstanding and doing very well in society. And somebody might have had pass or a lower and then see them climbing up the ladder. It's all about branding. And it's all about networking. Now, social media has become a good tool. LinkedIn is there for professionals. You might be a first-class student, but if you don't brand yourself, if you don't market yourself, if you don't sell yourself, if you don't let people see the good deeds in you, and that is why I always say that as students, one of the most crucial parts of your studies is industrial attachment or internship. A lot of people joke with it. You would live here, go to MTN, come to urban roads, go and work with Kojo, work with the Kriya. But the skills you exhibit, your interpersonal skills, your intellectual skills, your professional skills that you exhibit will let them poach you, look after you, and run after you. As she was saying, it's about recommendation. And people will start yearning for you. You can be a first-class student, you go to any institution doing internship, you don't show seriousness, or they see you as the bookworm, only knowing the literal part of it and not the practical. The real world is about practicability. You need to be practical. So once you do internship, you do industrial attachment, you should leave statements. And what I mean by statement, you should brand yourself so that every institution that you go to do industrial attachment or internship will be yearning to have you to be a full-fledged staff, to be part of them so that you become part of their success story. Because when you do that, then they know that there's proper succession planning. All that Andy, I always tell Andy that what Andy is doing is the most important thing, succession planning. We can have the finest of brains, finest doctors, lawyers, engineers, but if there's not correct succession planning, because I see in you the future leaders in Ghana, I see the Kofi Annans, I see the politicians here, I see lawyers, engineers, we all started like you. But we were not privileged to have YPYC coming to us on campus. But we had to struggle and make statements. I have had a successful career because I've branded myself to be a meticulous engineer. You can have friends who are contractors, but you need to make sure that they conform to specific standards and specifications. Because all the roles we do is from the taxpayers' money. And all of you pay taxes. Now you pay e-levy. You don't have to finish school. Everybody pays taxes. But once you brand yourself, you'll be able to stand up from the many and you become, and networking is very important because if you don't network yourself well, you need to know someone and someone needs to know someone. So I'll urge you that on campus, don't only confine yourselves to the library or don't confine yourselves to the hostels or the halls. Network. Programs like this, as you said, you come here, you meet movers and shakers, captains of industries, and you start networking. So even though you'll be in school, you not have finished, you network, you do internships with them. From there, you do national service, and it will interest you to know that you can stay in institutions of your choice because of the networking that you've done and because of the personal skills you exhibited when you're doing industrial attachment, internship, or national service. So branding and jobs are inextricably intertwined, but it depends on how you use it. Thank you. Branding, personal branding is you. It has so many forms. It's like saying that there are so many ways of killing a cat. You can dress well and you become the finest. I mean, as growing up, we also people who are directors of ceremonies or MCs, like Kwasi Chedakwa. You see him finest, his dress. So he makes a statement, everybody looks for clothing on him. You can also brand yourself by your actions, by your deeds, and by your work. Extremely. That is what I was going to say. Now, in our country, I'm not going to flatter you, but this is the 13th YPYC Conference and Awards. If anybody wants to be candid, anybody wants to be patriotic, and you can put partisan politics aside, but if you want to be candid, no serious person can talk about youth development or youth empowerment without involving or inculcating YPYC, because you stand for that, and you've done that successfully. You've done that successfully for 13 years. It is how you see it. Let's see MTN. We all saw that when we were growing up, these mobile phones started, and it was analog. It was Mobitel. Along the way came Scancom and now MTN. But look at how they branded themselves. MTN everywhere you go. So once you brand yourself like that, every Tom, Dick, and Harry in our country will come to the realization that every nook and cranny of our country that I go, I'll be able to access MTN. And now communication is key. Everybody, it will interest you to know that most of the people here, when they lose their books, they will go to bed. But when they lose their phones, it is like they've lost a very strategic part of their body. True or false? Everybody's on their phone. Now the world is on the phone. It is because of how we've branded ourselves. So, Andy, what I would urge my brothers and sisters here is that market yourself well. Make sure that people see you in a different limelight. I'm sure she said Kojo Jones. You also Kojo Jones because Kojo Jones and social media are intertwined. You see him on social media. And social media is not only for the negative side. It is the positives. And they imbibe what a young person can do, what a young entrepreneur should do. When we were growing up, you saw captains of industries or managing directors being 50, 60 years old. Now, 40 under 40, somebody even called it that. People under 40 have branded themselves, are doing so well, and you see that a lot of people would want to be like them. So it's about mentorship, how you also relate with the youth. If we are here today and we all come and we think that there's a gap or we are older than you, you also be distracted. We cannot mentor you, and once we cannot mentor you, you cannot also fill our shoes when you leave. Succession planning is key, and that's why when you go to the developed countries, anybody who has a family business, after some time, they start shielding off the responsibilities to their younger ones, and that is what personal branding is. So please, make sure you brand yourself and market yourself so that we'll start running after you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Andy, thank you for this opportunity. YPYC. I don't know if you have a slogan. Do you have a slogan?
Building tomorrow's transformational leaders today. YPYC.
Building tomorrow's transformational leaders today. Excellent. I greet all of you, my brothers and sisters, all the students and leaders here. I'm sure if I had schooled in Ghana, I would have been part of this great university. And I think you deserve a round of applause. So entrepreneurship, a lot of people talk about entrepreneurship and they don't really understand what entrepreneurship is about. Entrepreneurship is a difficult difficult, difficult journey. Can be very rewarding, but it's difficult. Who is an entrepreneur? Or how do you become an entrepreneur? You identify a problem. Once you identify the problem, you figure out how to find a solution to that problem. After finding the solution to that problem, you figure out how you monetize that problem. Once you're able to monetize the solution to the problem, you have a business. But in order for you to understand whether or not your business would be successful or is viable enough, is dependent on whether or not you know what the problem is, which is understanding your market, understanding your industry. A lot of people get into entrepreneurship or business just for the sake of getting into business because they want to do something. But if you want to get into business or you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to understand your industry in and out. Now, when you understand your industry properly, you understand your problem, then you can design a solution for that problem. Now, in designing the solution for that problem, that is where you go through your business plan, your market analysis. How much is it costing me to make this solution cost-effective to Mr. A or Mr. B? Now, if Mr. A can purchase or can patronize what I am solving, the problem I'm solving, then I have a business. But is that business sustainable? The answer could be yes, and it could be no. So if all I need is Mr. A for my business to be successful, then it means that once I've solved Mr. A's problem, I'm in business. Now I'm talking about the high net worth individuals. There are companies that produce or manufacture private jets, yachts, and all that. They don't need thousands of buyers. They just need to close one deal in a year, and they are okay. So a scenario like that is perfect for someone who has solved a problem for Mr. A. Now you also have a scenario where you solving the problem for Mr. A alone is not sufficient enough to sustain your business. You need 10,000s of Mr. A to be able to sustain your business. So once you understand that you need 10,000 or you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the next question you have to ask yourself, how much is it costing me? How much is it costing me to create a solution for these people who are going to offtake my service or product? Once you understand that, how much margin can I put on this product or my service to make profit? Once you're able to answer all these questions, you are able to understand the cost of your business, the industry you want to operate in, whether or not you can make profit. Your profit margin is 10%, 20%, 30%, and it's enough to sustain your business, then you have a business. But in the situation we find ourselves in as a country, makes it very, very difficult for entrepreneurs to thrive in this atmosphere. I've experienced business outside Ghana, in Ghana, and in other parts of Africa. And I can tell you they're all different. Someone asked me that what would be my mathematical calculation of business. And I said, for me, in business, 1 + 1 is never 2. It is what your research, what your preparation, what your understanding of your market, your cost of production is what will give you your number. So his might be 4. Mine might be 10. His might be 15. There's no clear-cut road when it comes to business. However, there are principles that you'd have to follow in order to have the right pillars set in stone for you to succeed. I'll go a little bit into digitization, but I'll not touch so much on it because I want my brother to deal with that. But business in itself is linked to change. Times are changing. My uncle, COP, Kofi Wachi said it. That anyone or companies who are producing televisions, if they continue to stay in that business, it's only a matter of time they will collapse. I came here with this card because I wanted to make an illustration to all of you. On my birthday, a young man came up to me and said, "Boss, I want to bless you." I say, "Hallelujah." He said, "I want to bless you, but I don't have money." Then I lost hope. He says, "I don't have money, but I want to bless you to save you a lot of money that you spend." I said, "That is interesting." Then he said, "How much do you spend on your business card every year? Printing of business cards?" Then I said, "That's a very good question." So I called the accountant in. I said, "How much do we spend on business cards?" He gave me the amount. For the whole company, it was 35,000 cedis every year, printing business cards for all employees. Then he said, "Sir, here you go." I said, "What is this?" And it was a card. The front has my logo, and then the back has a barcode. And he says, "Scan it. All you have to do is turn your camera on," and then, so I did that. And all my information, my number, my email, my social media handles, my business website, everything well organized. And once you click on the link, all you have to do is save, and it goes straight into your phone, your contact list. Then I sat back. After he had left, I said, "Thank you very much." After he had left, I said to myself, this gentleman does not understand. It's either he's smart and he knows what he has, or he does not understand the value of what he has. Because yes, with this, I carry it around with me, and he's also giving me a digital copy. It is getting to a time where business cards will no longer be required. And this is a big solution to a big problem. We can liken the same problem to billboards, printing of billboards, banners, and all that. The time is coming where all these things will be digitized and digitalized. So I said to myself, look, so I called the accountant in, and I said, if we are to cut 35,000, the cost of producing our business cards, to 10,000 cedis, would that be a good thing? He said, yes, boss. Then I said to myself, this is a young man that I can invest in, because he has an idea. He might have an idea, but he does not see the business potential, or he knows what he's doing, and he intentionally gave me this because he knows it will get to me. Which means that if I sit with this gentleman and I say, okay, for this my company, I'm paying you 10,000 cedis to do the same thing for all my workers and manage it at a fee of 2,000 cedis annually. He has a client. All he has to do now is to go to multiple companies, replicate this, and he has a revenue of 200,000, 300,000 over a period of time. I asked him one question. How much did it cost to print this? He said I was under 100 cedis. Then I said to myself, his cost of production is 100 cedis, but his idea is worth millions of dollars. And that's one thing I want you guys to take away from this discussion. That it's not about having all the money in the world. It's not about having all the contacts. Yes, it's important to network. And I'll speak a little bit about network. I know I'm going beyond time. I'll speak a little bit about network. But what you need is to really sit down, because this gentleman really sat down and profiled me to see that I cannot give this man anything. Even if I can, I think he already has this, he already has that. But what he gave me, I did not have. And so for all of you who will be networking with me today, you'll be scanning this and you would have all my information. And I think it's something that we should applaud and we should encourage. Business and starting business doesn't mean you need $50 million, $200 million. Yes, maybe your business idea is $200 million. But you have to start from somewhere. You have to be smart about your approach. Industrialization, entrepreneurship is a key contributor to economic development. When you look at developed countries, the backbone of the success of these countries is the private sector, which is entrepreneurs. Let me touch on one more thing quickly. This is with regards to the fact that times are changing. And as entrepreneurs, we have to be very mindful of that. I run a ready-mix concrete company in Accra, in Kumasi. I had a client, a developer. He builds a lot of warehouses, contractor. And he used to buy as much as 20,000 blocks from me, a big client. I never play with it. Whenever he comes to my office, I stand up. Then, 2 years ago, we realized that the number of blocks he used to order was decreasing. So we kept asking ourselves, is it that we are not producing the quality he wants? Is it that there's too much competition in the market, etc.? Then one day I decided to go to his office and pay him a visit. So I got there. He said, "Oh, Kojo, how are you? Long time." I said, "Oh, I'm fine." He said, "Oh, well, how can I help you?" I said, "Chief, if I've offended you, I'm sorry." He said, "Oh, why are you saying that?" I said, "Chief, you used to buy X amount of blocks from me. Is it that somebody is offering you a better price? I will slash money to have so that I can get that order." He said, "Oh, no. You know now, our warehouse, we don't use the blocks all the way up. We do it, to the lintel level, and then we have prefab, units, and then we hoard the whole thing." And I said, Jesus Christ. It means that I'm going to lose a significant chunk of money because someone is introducing a technology that will make my product redundant. Then I said, no way. I have to find a solution to this. It got me to start researching and understanding the new ways of building technology and all that. And as I speak to you, I'm pushing very hard to bring a plan to Ghana to start the production of prefab units so that I can also compete, so that my business that the guy is trying to get will not go under. The reason why I use these two analogies is to give you an understanding. One requires a lot of money. One requires an update to be able to stay in line with competition, to be able to stay in line with what is happening in the industry. The other is based off an idea that doesn't cost so much to bring to reality. And so entrepreneurship, it can be very complicated, but you can simplify it if you do the right thing. Thank you.
access information to them, to be able to access information to get jobs, to be able to physically connect and network with people, to be able to send emails to everyone. Can you ever imagine not doing on WhatsApp? How would your life be? Can you ever imagine not doing on Facebook or having an email? How would your life be? But there are many other people who are also human beings like us, and by virtue of the fact that our society is not accessible, these people cannot have learning materials, reading materials, and maybe other things to be able to participate and get into institutions like KNUST. But technology can make this possible. Yes, we don't have disasters, they will create tech companies like the Facebooks. But technology can help solve a very simple problem, like having access to quality education, or having access to social media, for blind persons, for deaf persons, for children with autism, for children with Down. And that is the problem I saw. That how can we use technology to transform the lives of young people with disabilities? You know, so when you think about digitalization, let's come back around us and ask ourselves, what problems are around us, and how can we use technology to make what seems impossible possible? I come from a business background. I get my business administration association university. In fact, I ran away from being computer science because I thought where I was coming from, I was coming from very young people. I learned how to use computer systems when I went to university. And so I wasn't fit enough to do computer science. But that didn't limit me when I saw the problem. And I was very happy when you mentioned that you should know your problem. One thing I want you guys to go away with this. When you come across a problem, make sure you are the best at it. Make sure that if you are looking for people who know the problem to your name will come out. Today, I mean, I've branched from providing teaching blind technology to actually developing assistive technologies that are used for over 10,000 children with disabilities. I'm providing consultations to GIs, USA, trying to get representatives on assistive technology in Ghana. And beyond just assistive technology, I provide technologies for farmers. I provide, I'm actually launching a new product. It's a hardware product that is going to ensure that water is accessible to everyone. Literally, run out of water in your home. It's a technology that we are about to be developing in the past 2 years. But before I got there, I made sure that I was the expert in the area of technology for persons with disabilities, assistive technology, and when it comes to anything persons with disabilities innovation, my name will come up. Because how can I do that? I married the problem. I made sure that I knew the problem so well that when I look up in the activity question, I'm the best person to provide the solution to do it. The entire world, GIs, USs, all the development companies, and any problem that wants to do anything with disability will come to me. And I've been, not to brag, but I've been awarded several times across Africa as the most intellectual person in science and technology. Not that I did computer science or I did something technologies, but I understood the problem and I was the best at it. I mean, I didn't solve it. I made sure that I grew in my knowledge. I went on, I studied at Cambridge University, I went to University of London, and College of London to my master's, and then I've done, I think, 4 postgraduates, and during my last master's, I did 12 online courses. Yes. In spite of all the things that I had gone through and the things that I learned, there is no point if you want to be a leader in an industry, in an area in technology, there is no point that you can be comfortable. And as has been discussed several times, times are changing. Times are changing. You always live up to expectation. You have to always be available, ready available. One time I was having a conversation with a man, and we were talking about how it was very difficult to facilitate personal loans because people have been forging their business and the rest. And I think I built the technology about a year or I think about 18 months ago, was still in the shop. And I'm like, let's tweak a few things. And all of a sudden, we got the contract with a huge bank in Ghana, and this technology can be used across Africa because it's not available. think about all the things you guys. But there are so many problems around us that you can solve with the power of technology. And you don't need to be a computer science student. You just need to be a good problem solver. The next thing I want to say is you need to have a degree back in Manchester. My journey started when I was in university in my second year. But now, my journey started when I was in university in my second year. Also, multiple technologies, licensing organizations. And I didn't have to leave school to do that. When I found a problem, I stayed committed to it, and I've been consistent. Many people can't be consistent. They do one thing, they are tired, and they leave. And then as to this, the intervention is extremely daunting and difficult. I mean, when we started, we were working, if you, those who live in Accra was our office. We would go and sit down at the eye of but we are not buying anything. We just want to do this thing. And when you realize that we've been sitting there for too long, we can't be successful away. Sometimes we won't work for days because there is no money to take the transportation of my colleagues to come to my household. That is how it started. You know, so it is not an easy path, but if you stay consistent on it, little steps every day, keep working at it, there will be a breakthrough and there will be a door that will open. I wanted to, okay, I thought I was asking. Before I talk about what my wife does, and I want to share not because I'm married today. I want to share because it will create a lot of opportunities for young people in this room. Today, she is working with, I think, about maybe 60 or 70 vendors in Africa, and she donated over $100,000 to these vendors every single month to vendors who are selling the world. People want to have access to markets. People sell online products. And online marketing is anywhere you are, you can sell anything online. I personally sell products online. But the business, what she does is, I don't have anything to do with the customers. She runs a fulfillment service in Africa, just like Amazon. So any product you have, whether you produce bottles or whether you produce shoes, high demand, when you're a student, you don't have the time to talk to the customers, you don't have the time to add store or storage to keep your product. She has fulfillment centers across Ghana, over 18 of them. And then when you send your products to them, all you have to do is to leverage on Instagram, Facebook, Google Marketing, Google Ads. And as your ads are coming, your orders are coming in. You just go directly to them. She packages the orders, contacts your customers, and delivers the products to them. And every day you get a list on your home or your app. Every day I get my personal alert. I sell some products to show. And I can tell you I'm making side business about 7,000 without talking to a single customer. There are many Nigerian businesses that are taking advantage of it at Ghana. So many Nigerian businesses, they don't pay registration in Ghana, they don't pay storage. All they do is to ship their products to them in the warehouse, and they advertise online. We buy from them every day, but we don't know. And then she physically fulfills it. Today, she's going to Nigeria, Kenya, so it allows you to, since it's here, we do your accounting, but we have customers in Nigeria buying your products without you really ever seeing them or talking to them. That is the power of digitalization. Digitalization allows you to access markets without stepping through them. Digitalization allows you to scale without having to invest in build infrastructure. Digitalization allows you to multiply. You know, and one of the things that I always talk about is as human beings, God has given us a mandate, a purpose to multiply. And that is why when He created man, He said, multiply. You know, there is a parable in the Bible where Jesus, some people 1 talent, 5 talents, 10 talents. Jesus described the person with the 1 talent and then he multiplied it as very foolish. You know, so everybody said here, you may have talent, it may be in the form of your time, it may be in the form of your skill, it may be in the form of what is on your mind. is how can I multiply this talent so that the world can have a part of me, so that people can see my value. How can I multiply this talent? And one of the greatest ways is to use technology. And so if you are here and you don't have any online profile, please advise yourself. Start by creating a very basic online profile. Get yourself learning a digital marketing course or build your LinkedIn profile. Learn an online course. Today there are thousands of online courses. Every month you can tell yourself, I'm going to do one online course. And now you can even school in Harvard and school in all the great institutions without even having to be there by yourself. And that adds value to yourself. Nobody wants to take on anyone who doesn't bring value. You have to be a person of value in your speech. You have to communicate value. And the product you offer, you have to communicate value. In technology, when you meet people, you can meet people coincidentally. But what value have you brought to them? I got connected to Uncle because I brought a kind of value. I didn't even know when I was working with, I had no idea. But I was providing value, right? And because of that, we have formed a relationship that I believe will last forever. And so one of the things I want you to go out with is have an open mind, understand that technology can scale and multiply things, understand that there are enormous opportunities around yourself. If you want to stand out, or if you want to build a global business, if you want to do something that is valuable, look for a problem to solve. By just working with persons with disabilities, serving children with autism. Most of you don't want to even go close to children with Down syndrome. I got the opportunity to meet the Queen of England by just doing this. What nobody would do is what I invested myself in, immersed myself in. And that has created many, countless open doors for me. So I want to challenge you. Look for the problem. Look for the farmer that is struggling to do bookkeeping. And think about what technology can I create to help that farmer. Look for the market woman who is selling things on the head that is struggling to do something. Look for problems and use technology to solve it. Thank you.
Wow. Please, let's clap for them, all of them once again. Thank you very much. My confidence has gone up. In the sense, always say this, that really if you are not getting jobs and you are not creating problems, then you are not thinking. And this is what has been exposed there. And the only way we are biased because you are looking at GMPC, looking at Forestry Commission. We have done those mistakes. That's why we are correcting you. And you can go there and be chopping post director. The man is talking about dollars. The wife is counting dollars. And what are you counting? Sidi nukura unhuso. Sidi nukura, not dollars. Now, if you have a question for any of them, you can be here and we'll give you that chance to ask the questions. Time will not be on our side, but I'm giving you the chance to have about 3 questions here. So if you have any burning questions, but this is what we will do. I have some mentors here, some facilitators here, that after we have closed and we came with any burden of entrepreneurship question, job question, leadership question, anything, they will be there to assist you. So we are just taking questions, and then they will try to answer, and we'll try and work with here. My king talked about me, and you know the story. He was talking about identifying problem. That is exactly what I did in this school. I was contesting for SRC president. Not just I wanted to be SRC president, but what was the problem? Student accommodation was the problem. We were 10,500. Accommodation was the problem. Now you are about how many? Yes, because even this that we started, somebody did this for you. We could have replicated, finished this, and then built another one and move forward. Still, the one crowd, they are struggling. we are not continuing. I'll show you how it was and how the idea identified that problem. And today, because of that, did you see what my professors were talking about me? I was shocked what my king was saying. So identify the problem. And these are the gurus, they are saying it. All right. Please, do you have a mic?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Short one question.
Yes, please. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. So this is for Ms. Ikia, actually. You were saying that we have to be all-rounded. And I wanted to ask that right now, a lot of things are centered on money. So talking about internship, assuming I'm reading one particular program or course, and I've gotten the opportunity to have an internship in another field, but then I'm going to get money, I'm going to get paid, but I don't have interest there. Would you advise that I go for it or I go somewhere I will not get money because maybe that place is in my field? Because here you're saying we should have networking. Maybe you might find someone who will help you later where it's not your field. So I was asking that, is it advisable to do those kind of, take those kind of risks? I don't know if I should.
All right, we get it. We are not answering now. We are taking all questions. And then you box them. The ones that concern you, you just finish everything, then we go. Yes, go ahead. Please be snappy because we don't have the time.
I am Benedicta, and this goes to Mr. Mensah.
Okay.
I've heard two people say that entrepreneurship is not for everyone. Like, I want to know how true that is. And then are there sets of traits for people who are supposed to be in entrepreneurship? Like, I want to know about
Thank you. He will help you with that.
All right. Please, Musa, and my question, any of you can take this question. My question is, we've been here.
That would be a difficult question.
Almost 5 to 6 hours, and a lot have spoken to us, but none of these people, let me say, give out their emails and maybe personal contacts, but you're talking about, how do we say, socialization, building connections. And as we all know, when you go to the internet to, let's say, search for Mr. Kobe Jones, you see about, let me say, a lot of profiles, scams and other styles are online. So we being here, we have the opportunity to be part of this, let me say, summit. Won't it be more, let me say, beneficial to us if we have such information from you personally? So that if I have this contact, I know you gave it out and it's not, let me say, a scam or something.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Princess Esina.
Yes, Princess.
I have two questions. I'll make them very concise. One is for Honorable Ekia. Okay, so I'm good at relating with people and this MC stuff, but I've never got the opportunity to do any because maybe they say you need mentorship. So I don't have a mentor to guide me along to get opportunities. The ones I get at just friends' birthday, and they'll be like, oh, Sinam, you're good at this, and that's where it ends. And yeah, so I want to know how I'll get to be mentored or get any other opportunities. So my second question to Jones Mensah. Please, I read you have KJM Foundation. Is it open to everybody, and how can I join? And my second question is, do you accept...
Your third question. You have entitled to one.
Please, I beg.
We see how you don't get mentors. He gave you one, you are answering 3. I won't mentor you.
Oh, pardon me. So my last question is, do you accept NSS personnel in Empire Damus? Do you accept NSS personnel in Empire Damus?
National Service personnel. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Julius, and I'm reading computer science year 2. First of all, I would say very good. Thank you for organizing such a wonderful summit for each and everyone.
Thank you very much.
And
allow.
And please, my question goes to Mr. Kojo Jones. Please, you talk about networking. I'd want you to elaborate on it and tell us more about it and how significant it is in our life.
Thank you.
And I would also want to make this request, if it will be possible. I'm reading computer science, but I don't know much of the stuff you're talking about, so I don't know if you could be my mentor or something so that we teach me a lot. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, please, thank you very much. I'm Hillary, and my question...
Oh, Hillary.
Yes, please.
Good, that's my daughter.
Okay, so please, my question goes to Mr. Jones. So he made mention of the fact that sometimes in business, you can be producing a certain product, then an emerging technology pops up. So in that state, if, let's say, maybe I'm doing business, producing a particular product, then an emerging technology pops up. What do I do in that state when people are purchasing less of my product? Am I supposed to actually continue producing whilst thinking for plan B? Yeah, that's my question.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Yawafim JV. I'm a documentary photographer and photojournalist. My question goes to, anyone can answer this question. We are all talking about finding a problem to a solution and using technology. Okay, now we have found a problem. We are using technology. How do we fund a project? How do we implement those projects? How are we going to get the support or the financial support to implement our project? Because I believe most of us here have solutions to many problems using technology. But where are we going to get the support to do this, to implement that project? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Elizabeth. My question is, anybody can answer this question because most of you are men, but my question is mainly centered on women. As a woman entrepreneur, most of the times, men are the ones that are out here, just like Mr. Koji Jones and everyone. Most of you are men in the entrepreneurial world. Am I supposed to focus mainly on the business and leave everything that mostly are supposed to be centered on women, like relationships, family, just focus on going up there? Because mostly when you think about it, because of having a family and a lot of things, women are mostly left down when it comes to the entrepreneurship world. So how do you balance all these things because of the fact that you are a woman? How do you balance all these things?
Thank you very much. Right, let's finish it up with the last five of them. And that's it, then.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Mr. Jones. Sir, please, how, as an entrepreneur beginning, how did you stay focused on achieving goals? I mean, business goals, what you wanted to do. How do you stay focused on them? Because I personally, I'm aspiring to become an entrepreneur, and I want to know how, but I find it very difficult to focus on achieving goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Judith Dacey, and I'm a first-year student reading packaging technology. So far, we've discovered a problem, and the problem is how to use bamboo for packaging materials. For now, through my research, I haven't seen people using bamboo for this disposable cups and so much more. I had this idea of bringing this out, went on the internet, and got to see that there were machines out there which can help in this production. But the problem is capital. How do I get this capital to do it? So I want, as a young entrepreneur coming up with this idea, how am I going to get an investor to help me bring this idea out? Because one, it's biodegradable, and bamboo is even a raw material, meaning it has many uses and many profits going to come out of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, quick.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Raymond Kweke.
Yeah,
I
Raymond.
double as a co-founder of discourse. I came here to re-establish contact with Mr. Derek Omari. I work with Davey Emmanuel. He has texted you on LinkedIn some time back. We were in the accelerator program for startups organized by Ghana Tech's Lab. We offer health solutions, health tech solutions, precisely towards the aged, and then we have systems which we intend to help manage data with regards to health in Ghana.
What is your question?
So my question is, okay, my question is supposed to solicit for mentorship from him. after the last time that we spoke.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mentee, you get it.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My question is, how do you best manage a team? I manage a team of 5, and we are into advertisements, particularly calculators and other things that students would need. But currently, I'm in 3rd year, and the rest of us, 3rd year, only 2 are in 2nd year. So soon, we may be moving to the work world, and if I can't pay them well enough, and if, as of now, it's only my charisma and some other things that are keeping them with me. So if we are done with that and I don't have much money to pay them, how do I handle such a team aspirations?
Thank you very much.
Please, my name is Bernard, and I want to ask Mr. Derek, this question goes to Mr. Derek. He mentioned something about being valuable, something being valuable. I want to know the relationship between valuability and productivity and how they interrelate. Can someone be valuable and not be productive, and someone be productive and not be valuable?
Thank you. Oh, let's clap for all those who have asked questions. Yes, Alithia, I want to give some answers.
Thank you
Quick
very
one.
much.
Then we...
the name is Alithia Glover, a corporate certified trainer, a mentor, business mentor. I heard everybody, and surprisingly, our open forum is just what was discussed about your time, your effort, your focus. In all this, I want all of you to know that everything they said, they didn't capture money. It means you can start something without expecting money. It means you're solving a problem. There is a gap. Most of the times, we are looking for what will come out of what we are doing. But when you solve the problem, it means you've identified a gap and you are breaching the gap. That is what brings the money. Somebody asked of how to pay people. Sometimes you don't need people to work for you. You need a team, people to work with. And that is called volunteering. They spoke about internship. Internship is not necessarily getting paid for learning the skills in the office, but internship is getting to know the skills that would help you move on without or with money. Let's all change our mindset to know that all this we are doing, at the end we would get money, but our focus is not money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alithia came in to help, to offer. We also believe in youth empowerment. She came all the way from Accra to come and support. Let's clap for her once again. Where is Safwa? Safwa, oh, okay, good. Safwa, so I will be taking your thoughts on what they have said, okay? Now, panelists, this is going to be your answers, and that will be the, yes. Could you, all the things were coming, could you go first? And then we'll run it quick, then we are just running up. Okay, could you go?
Okay.
Simple ones.
Yes. So I'll go straight to the point. The first one was whether or not entrepreneurship is for everyone. I think we're all given, an equal playing field. We all go through the same problem. And for me, my answer would be that entrepreneurship is for everyone. However, you becoming successful as an entrepreneur is dependent on you. You have to do your own analysis to understand what it takes to be an entrepreneur. If you lose $1 million today, can you sleep? I have failed so many times, but it's out of my failure that I've become who I've become. And so you have to be ready to fail to win. That's entrepreneurship.
Wonderful.
Then I have here the next question, whether or not giving out contacts, I don't know why. Okay, networking. Now, networking is very important, like my sister said earlier. But this is how you network. I'll give you a quick example. I was on my way, I was at the airport, and the gentleman who helped me with my luggage, he took me to the lounge, came back. As I was coming out of the lounge, he came back. And he said, "No, sir, I've had this opportunity, I have to talk to you." I said, "But you took me up, you could have spoken to me." He said, "No, I wanted you to relax." I said, "Okay." Then he says he started with his business plan. He says, sir, I have a business. I produce fresh juice. I said, okay, everybody produces fresh juice. What's different about yours? He says, at the moment, my market survey is telling me that I'm doing way better than Blue Skies. That's when my ears, went up. And I said, how are you coming to this conclusion? He says, I've done my survey, all the shops that Blue Sky sells in, I am selling and I'm doing better. So I said, when I come back, I'll give you a call. Give me your number. So in this instance, he understood or he knew how to go about the networking approach. Okay, he did not come and say, Mr. Jones, I need support. No. He spoke about the problem and he spoke about how he's found a solution to it and spoke about how he's gained comparative advantage in the market over a giant. I'm a businessman. That would pique my interest right away. So I took his number and I called him and I said, when I come back to Ghana, I'll call you. So networking, the way you approach people, especially my big brother, for instance, very busy man. You go to him, he's handling a lot of problems. And, we are trying to absorb as much as we can. But it's so difficult. And so you also have to understand, sometimes it's not just about what you want. Find out how he's doing. I just want to check up on you. How are things? How is the family? Is there anything that I can do? Is there anything that I can do to add value to what you're doing? He will pick it up. You do it 1, 2, 3 times, and then you have his attention. So please, there's a tactic, or there are tactics you use in networking. And I mean, this is a whole different, we have to get into this properly to understand how to go about it.
Good. Last one.
KJM Foundation, yes, anyone can join. If you want to join, you go on our social media handles. We have numbers. Sometimes I do put out the links. You just go in there, you fill in your details, and you become a member, and you can join our activities. We're into youth empowerment, provision of clean drinking water, and educational supplies in supporting education in Ghana. NSS, yes, one of my companies absorbs NSS, what are they? Personnel, yes. There's another question.
How do you get support? You have an idea, the capital.
Okay, how you get support in your business. This is a very tricky question, because getting financial support in your business is one of the most difficult things, because it's after you've solved the problem, and now it's convincing enough for someone to believe that this is a business that is worthy to gain investment. Then you can raise capital based on that. Unfortunately, our system and our economic activity doesn't make it easy for us because of high interest rates, inflation rates and all that. We'll not get into the disadvantages, but just try as much as possible to make sure you understand your industry, your business plan is solid, you are solving a problem, and you understand how to monetize that problem, and you're answering all the questions. Then you are a step closer to raising funding.
Right.
Yeah.
You can skip some of them. Derek.
All right. So someone asked a good question, and I think, okay, so I'll touch briefly on the investment. So as a young person, a lot of times we don't really need money. And not to say that you don't need money to start a business, but a lot of times we want money that we don't need. What I've noticed to work well is how can you make use of the little you have, so that if you're able to make use of the 1,000 cedis or 500 cedis you have saved, you're able to achieve a certain result. If you walk to any investor, you can be able to say that with just 500 cedis, this is what I've been able to do. Now I need a 5,000 cedis, and this is what I can do. Your track record is what builds trust in the person who is going to give you the money. Nobody just wants to give you money. They'll let the person know that this money, they won't lose the money and they'll get the money back. So it's important to build track record. And you can build track record by your personal savings and financing your idea. Nobody will invest in your idea when you yourself have not invested in it. You need to show that you believe in what you are doing so that someone else can invest in it. So that's one with your personal savings. is one of the great ways to build a track record with your business to attract investment. Someone asked the question that, as a woman entrepreneur, how do you navigate everything? And so I have had a real pleasure to watch my beautiful wife navigate her business. And by the way, her business is VDL Fulfillment. VDL Fulfillment. You can find it on Instagram. And I think that one of the things that you should be able to do is to be able to understand the different parts that you have to play as a woman. You need to understand that you are an entrepreneur. You need to understand that you are also a woman, or let me say a wife, or in a relationship if you are. You need to understand that you also have your own life, right? The mistake that a lot of women in our age make is to be totally dependent on the man, such that when they get a man, everything else they are doing ceases. And you shouldn't do that. You should have your life. What happens if the man is no more? You should be able to navigate everything yourself. You should be able to build your own life yourself. Don't see it as a complexity. See it as an opportunity. And sometimes ask for partnership. Ask for partnership. Get people who can support your vision. Get people who can push your vision, who can help you to be better. And don't see being a woman as a challenge. I have watched her deal with many delivery riders, deal with many people in the fulfillment and logistics industry, and it's not easy. But when you understand your role as a woman and understand that you are not any different, you can be able to take it forward. And the last question I'll answer is, how do you manage a team when you are in university? I think that one of the greatest resources you have at the moment is the fact that you are in a university. This is the best time to try anything at all and fail at it and refine and get better at it without having to lose money. When you get into the real world, like Kojo said, what will happen when you lose $1 million? What if you are constructing a road and people's lives depend on it and something happens? Can you imagine the risk involved? But when you are in school, you can try everything on a smaller scale. You can walk to any manager and ask them for advice, and they'll be happy to do it because you are a student. And also, one of the greatest resources is the human resource, your team. A lot of people are around who are looking for things to do. You can get them to help you. And as we had our certified trainer said, you don't look for people to work for you. You look for people to work with them. Because as a human being, you don't know everything. I don't know everything. I have my strengths, I have my weaknesses. I'm a very good talker. I can sell vision to people. But when it comes to implementation, I have challenges. So I make sure that I look for people who can implement. I sell my vision to them, they buy into the vision, and they stick with me to implement it. When things get difficult, I bring their minds back to the vision. Guys, don't worry. You can see where we are going to. It's always the vision that gets people to believe in you, that gets people to work with you. And you don't have to be a boss over people. Always have in mind that you are working with people, and you have to be human. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Derek. Engineer, what's your last takeaway you are giving? I know you gave your takeaway, but let's have any of the things that...
Well, quite candidly, I think all has been said, but I would also want to re-echo what my sister said. A lot of young ones think that money is the end of everything. It's obviously the ultimate, but we should dedicate ourselves to serving, out of service. Then we'll be able to achieve what we need. That's money. When you go to any corporate world, you go to any field, wanting to make money, that is when you are tempted to be corrupt. And once you lose your integrity, you lose money. I'm sure we're in this country, I don't want to remind Andy, but we're in this country when a very senior public servant just said in her car that she wishes that she will make $1 million and she will leave. And then even the thought, she was sacked because there was an intent to be corrupt. You understand? So there and there you lose integrity, and when you go into any field of endeavor, everybody will be pointing, oh, this is the lady who wanted to make $1 million and leave. So let us all endeavor to serve humanity, let us work hard. When you do internship, I mean, at urban roads, we see engineers, quantity surveyors coming every day. But it's not those who go out with the contractor to take money, but those who work tirelessly, who work even beyond normal working hours. Those are the people we poach, because at the end of the day, we think that they are dedicated, they have the requisite skills. And once you're able to be hired, and once you are hired and you become a full-fledged worker, money will come, because obviously when you work for people and you do it well, they will thank you. But not to extort money or to be corrupt for them to influence you to do things. Then you lose your credibility, your integrity, and at the end of the day, as COP said, you lose everything and you lose money, and then you become a laughingstock in society. So that's my take on that.
Whoa, thank you very much. Let's keep our integrity tight. Good. Yeah.
Right.
Answer yours.
I had two questions that I want to address. So on internships, right? Someone asked a question on doing an internship in a space that is not aligned to what I'm probably doing in school. There's something called transferable skills, right? So wherever you find yourself, you need to know that there are skills that you need for whatever you want to do, okay? So whether you are studying maybe engineering and you are probably doing an admin work in an organization, look for the skills that you are getting from that opportunity and know that you can transfer in any space that you want, okay? So I hope that answers your question. And really, everyone has said it, money over skills. At this stage, your focus should be on skills, building the skills, developing yourself, being able to develop your skills on articulating well, working on your interpersonal skills, leadership skills. It's supposed to be skills for you, because really, it is the skills that will give you the money. Everyone here has talked about solving a problem. I am solving a problem. I run a virtual career office. I realized that I came from a university that career services was very normal. You come out of school and you would have you have a career coach, you have done, let's say, 3 or 4 internships, you have had professionals come into campus to talk to you. It was my normal. Before I complete university, I had someone who went through my CV, prepped me for interviews. It was my normal. I came out of university and I realized that that wasn't the norm in other universities. You know that, right? A lot of universities don't have career centers. Even if they have, is it even functional? Do they even have people who are committed to even supporting students? And then I realized that that is why unemployment rate is high. Because if in my circle, before I graduated, I had 3 offers. I had to select which one I wanted to go to. And I realized that's not the norm for a lot of average Ghanaians, right? So I came out of school and I said, you know what, how can I solve this problem? And I started the virtual career office so that wherever you are seated, in anywhere, you can always walk in virtually and get a career coach to talk to. So you don't wait till you complete university and get someone to talk to about your careers. You can start early, right? And so that's the problem that I'm solving. And I'm working with international organizations and developing projects, implementing projects, lots of projects that I'm part of the team that is actually behind anything that has to do with work readiness and all that. So it's a problem I'm solving. But at the end of the day, I'm making this money because of the skills that's what I developed for myself, right? So when it comes to money, money will come. That one I can't, trust me, money, it will come. But the only way money will come is when, again, value. What value are you bringing to the table? Why should an employer want to engage you? Why should an investor want to even invest in your product? Because sometimes it's easy to do the talk when there's no value backed by it, right? And my last point would be on the lady who wants to be the MC, right? The way she's looking at me, if I don't answer that question, I'm sure I won't go home. I won't go to Accra today. Right, on the MC bit, right, I'm going to give you an example. There's a young lady who shared her similar experience, but she leveraged on social media. She's interested in, her role model at the time is Nanaba Anamwa, that's Nanaba Anamwa, right? So she realized that the opportunities were not coming. Nobody was reaching out to her. She probably was going to media houses, and nobody was minding her. So she used her space. She used her platform. And what she did was, anytime there was news, she would do her own news or her own version, like a skit. You understand that, right? And she would do that, record herself, and put it on social media. Guess who DM'd her? Nanama. And now she's doing something with GH1. So I would say that position yourself well. Use what you have to get where you want to go to. Do you understand? So look at your space, who is in your network, and do that. You can even start on campus. If there are events on campus, go to the organizers and say, hey, I'd like to MC. And while you are MCing, get someone to video you, put it on your platform, and let people know what you are doing, right? But at the same time, not just doing it, but make sure you are doing it right. Because the only reason someone will want to engage you is when they see value. They see you've invested in yourself. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think had enough. Please put this time. I'm just showing you some pictures that we are going because we are done for the day. All that I wanted to say that thank you to our panelists for that wonderful thing. Please, if you are here and you are not a member of Young Professionals and Youth Coalition KNUST chapter, make sure that you see those in T-shirts and register with us on campus here or outside. We cannot finish mentoring you one day with this program. We can continue. These great mentors are here. As I said, when we finish, some of them are among you. So far, just raise up so that they can see you. Then when we finish, you and Alitia approach some of these ladies. They are there, some at the back, and talk to them. Now, because we are ending because we are here, I came back how this started, the points you have stated. I didn't know you were going to say. I wrote the book all because of some of these. I've shared them here for you. The book, the launching was not meant for the students. It was meant to raise support. At the same time, you can only get it here. I'm going to reduce it. The normal price we are selling is 100 cedis. If you want to deliver, it's 120. And I have a Facebook which is walking the talk outside. If you want the two, you get it 100 cedis. If you want the new one, you get it 70 cedis. After that, only KNUST. This book, I'm saying, I know the value. If you live here, it can never come down less than 100 cedis. Because I want big men like this to be buying the 2,000 and the engineers. But because of what they bought, I'm reducing it to 70 cedis. Try and get that. And you see some of these things that we have gone through to make your life better. Please, my presentation. The KNUST SRC hostel. See, then our idea came with a vision, just one university council meeting, the vice chancellor and the chancellor at that time, no, the board chairman, council chairman straight away gave us the land. Go back, start from the beginning, and let me run through quick. I want where go, where the students themselves develop the whole thing. Come, go. Let's start. You stuck. Anyway, this is where you are sleeping. Who is sleeping there? SRC hostel. You are sleeping there. None of you are sleeping there. Hey, plenty. This is how it was. And these were designed by students. And that is the work. All that we did, we challenged, like we are challenging you here. The Akito people, I organized competition for them to come up with the idea, what kind of SRC hostel we build. And this is what is it. Go down. Let's start from there and go. Or are you stuck? Okay, then we'll end because I don't want to waste much time. If you get all the books, the first book has everything in it. My first book, you will see the pictures, how that hostel, and how idea. And so I have something in it, and this transformational model. Because of time, normally we have enough information today, I don't want to. That your ability to identify the needed change. That is what Derek was talking about
Kojo was talking about Equia and the rest. The problem, and then creating the vision and working towards that, inspiring yourself to get that, will end up giving you the end results. On that note, yes, this is where the council chairman, this is where we launch the fund. Professor Ayim was there. The council chairman, when I presented the document to him, these architects, they are students, and go. That is your, and I was happy they called me, go. This is where my father recounted that I invited him to come and cut the sword, commission the building. That is, can you see your 2-4 there? Go. You see him pulling there? And this plaque, I've asked that, I went to see. It's not there, but they have it at the hostel. These SRC go. These SRC leaders, after me, contributed in helping to get it down. That shows that it takes one person to come with the idea and all of us support to get it done. And how will you feel if you have commissioned a project you started and it's like this and you are working with the king of Ashanti? How will you feel? How will you feel? 20 years ago, planted a seed to ensure that the SRC hostel becomes SRC hostel. The king who was supposed to be here and he sent his Asafo to do that. That is us in the second phase. On that note, I would like to thank Kwejo and Equia, Derek, an engineer, and the professors of this school who has really helped us to come to this far. In fact, coming here, I've enjoyed the support of everyone, and you. Clap for these people. I'm not paying them. I'm not. He came by themselves, and then he is going back by himself. The one who came with the wife will enjoy a little because they are fresh, so I agree. Engineer is here. In fact, this week I troubled him wherever we were going up and down. I'm very grateful, engineer. Equia says that, hey, that when you say this, he has to come Kumasi, go back and come. Not being paid. And you are thinking of money. Or to come and share this with you. Any small thing, money. Look at the skills he's talking about. Immediately, one time after this, straight away MTN called her for another program. So, colleagues, there are a lot that I can share, but there's no time. Join our group. You can have access to me, to be able to mentor you, talk to you, and many of this. All these role models. I think it's, hey, Equia, you are the only person that has not been given an award yet. Your time is coming, in Jesus' name. All the ones sitting down here are role models and they are mentors, and you can have access to them when we see that you have values, and we cannot see to them. So on that note, I have come to this far, and I invite my MC to continue. Thank you very much.
You want to put your hands together for our panelists. Thank you so much. I hope we've learned a lot, because I have learned a lot. If you did not come with a notebook or you were not taking notes on your phone, I don't know how you intend to remember this, but I'm sure it will be saved online, so you can just quickly rewatch and learn. And I believe we're leaving this place as transformational leaders in the making. We are taking every tool we've been given, and we're going to make great use of it. At this point, we'll take an official vote of thanks, and to give us that is the Tech Talk Chairperson, Paulina. Let's put our hands together. Deputy Tech Talk Chairperson. Would you kindly pick up the pace? Oh, let's do it better for her till she comes. The silence would cripple her. Right after that, we'll stand up and take the pledge, and then we'll take our closing prayer.
All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Kwamanza Obo, and on behalf of the management, the SRC GRASAG, would like to extend a sincere gratitude to Otumfo, or say to the second representative, Honorable Andiokra, our guest and invited guest, and to our cherished audience. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all. Thank you to our guest and invited guests for gracing the occasion. And thank you, our cherished audience, for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we kindly be on our feet as we take the pledge? All right. So we go. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God. Amen. We want to welcome
What does money mean
even
to
as we are
you?
still standing to
It
take
means
the closing
convenience.
prayer.
It gives me the
Then after
ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.
The feeling and peace of mind I get knowing I can safely receive remittances from my family and friends from the comfort of my home. Money means safety.
Money means so many things to so many people, but no matter what you use it for or what it may mean to you, money is the one thing that keeps us going and makes our lives a little bit brighter. So what does money mean to you? Just Momo it.
MTN. What does money mean to you?
It means convenience. It gives me the ability to do business at my own pace.
It allows me to live my life with ease and enjoy my lifestyle without interruptions.
Security. I can make investments I can trust, and I know exactly where my money is all the time.
Having the flexibility to do what I want to.